Lviv, with ancient architecture and magnificent atmosphere, a European city with Ukrainian soul, where everyone drinks coffee, savors chocolate, and plays chess.
Chess capital of Ukraine, the city of Lviv hosts the FIDE Women's World Chess Championship match this spring from 1st till 18th of March. Mariya Muzychuk from Ukraine and Yifan from China will come together in a duel for the title of Women's World Chess Champion.
18 days, 10 games, impressive chess battles and uncompromising fight.
Witness the birth of the next chess queen in the city of Lviv.
What would be cool to have in your company? Let's ask our ladies.
Have my lunch in the park. Have a relaxing massage.
Band and acquire.
Looking for your IT partner? Symphony Solutions. Cool to work for, cool to work with.
Мріяти – загальновідома формула успіху. Мріяти і діяти – формула, якою керуються перші. Прагни першості.
I've always wanted to introduce them. Classic style, elegance, sense of rhythm, slow tempo, tart flavor. They've so much in common. Scent of rain and flavor of sweets. They know how to surprise day and night. Being with them makes me feel cozy. Which one of them do I love more?
Lviv is worth meeting.
Не боятися падінь – загальновідома формула успіху. Мати силу встояти – формула, якою керуються перші. Прагни першості.
What would be cool to have in your company? Let's ask our ladies.
Chat with my colleague at the fireplace.
Morning yoga classes.
To have my coffee served.
Looking for your IT partner? Symphony Solutions. Cool to work for, cool to work with.
Good afternoon, everybody. From wonderful city Lviv, we are in Palace Pototsky. Today is a championship match between Mariya Muzychuk and Yifan, game number 8. We will be together. Today, Grandmaster Mykhaylo Oleksiyenko.
And my beautiful colleague Vita Kryvoruchko, women Grandmaster. Today, repeating ourselves, game number 8. Crucial, critical game of this match. The score is 4.5, 2.5 to Yifan's advantage. So 3 more games left, and Mariya will need to play her best today. We have some prominent guests, as usually, visiting the first round.
And to make the first move.
Yes, on the left you can see our Ukrainian band Picardyska Tercia. Very beautiful sound for like 20 years maybe. They sing beautifully, D2, D4. And for black, the Taras Kernetsky, I presume, the chief no, he didn't make a knight f6 move, but person on the right is Taras Kernetsky, Lviv region chess director. Yes.
Yifan doesn't trust Ukrainian Taras.
Yeah, by the way, I'm still wondering what happens if Mariya does some, or like b4, let's say I'm just silly moves, but the moves that was not considered in the preparation. And she has to know immediately what to do. So far, nothing happened. Okay, what do we have?
As usual, all people ask which move to make, so
yeah,
there is no problem.
Okay, so we have d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6. They are repeating their game, maybe with slightly different move order. And now g3 is played. And the trick is, so with this Catalan, it's going to be Catalan. When you play d4 and g3, it's going to be Catalan. And if black plays e6, knight f6. And the difference between this game and the one they had before is that in that game the pawn was on c4 already, and Yifan gave check on b4. And now there's no such possibility here. So with this move order, white is avoiding this bishop b4 check. So, okay, no games available for... I'm gonna check one more time. Mariya never had this position in her career, at least specifically this one. It can transpose with different move orders. And Yifan did have this position, and she played b6, c5, b5, and d5. 4 different moves. She was already playing on top level. So the drawback of this move order is that she's played d5. Even b5 was a possibility here. She played d5, and if white plays c4, we get to transposition to their game. But I presume that's the logic to avoid her preparation with bishop
g2 is natural move after move g3. It's a typical idea.
Yeah, so the bishop to g2 could be played right now, and that's exactly what is going on. And according to my database, they didn't have this position, either of them, at least with this move order. And the thing is, Mariya, in my opinion, tries to get her into the variation with bishop e7 without this bishop b4 check, which she used to play, who used to always play this line. And now she doesn't have that option. On the other hand, there is possibility to play b5 here for black. It looks little bit counterintuitive. You should develop pieces and everything, but b5 is second played move, in statistically second move for black here. And the idea of b5, let us maybe put it on the board. So the bishop on g2 is usually very well placed in most positions, I would say, unless it can become very powerful if the diagonal opens, like it happens after c4. So the idea of b5 is to stop c4, at least for a couple of moves now. White would struggle to push c4 here. e4 is also quite hard for white to push after b5. So no c4, no e4, and black is really trying to put pressure on that bishop so that it stays passive. And if white doesn't do anything in the center trying to open the position, black would play bishop b7, knight bd7, bishop e7, castle c5, and start playing on the queen side. So b5 is a very logical move in this position.
So the main idea in this opening for black to block this bishop on g2.
Yeah, if you play b5, you gotta stop that bishop. If you play bishop e7, c4, very often black takes on c4, opening that diagonal, but black is still fighting for the e4 square even after that. So it's a tricky move order. Tricky. The drawback, I'm gonna use the mouse here. The drawback of this move order is normally Catalan is considered to be this position. c4 first, e6, and now g3. And bottom line is black doesn't have b6 anymore, transposing to Nimzo-Indian, because bishop g2 is really unpleasant and forcing black to do. There are still people playing like this, but it's considered to be a questionable line for black. So with this move order, with g3, white forces black, avoids this b6 line, but on the other hand, bishop b4 check is now possible at some point. With the move order with knight f3, e6, g3, now Nimzo-Indian was perfectly playable for black. And it would transpose with c4 to Nimzo-Indian. But, well, so you cannot always, avoid all the openings, all the tricks. One thing you avoid, another thing pops up, and you have to face it. So apparently, b5. Very logical, given the fact that Ho Yifan had bishop b4 prepared specifically for this match, with pawn on c2, bishop b4 check has no strengths at all. So she plays b5. I once had a game against Romanishin in this position with black, and I got really into trouble. He just played bishop to g5 and took my knight on f6 without I didn't even ask him with h6. And then he was preparing e4 or c4, and without that knight on f6, it was really hard to stop that bishop. So maybe that game is in the database, because I remember really struggling in that position despite computer evaluation. Computer back then and still loves bishops, but it was really unpleasant position. So, but Mariya chooses castle and bishop b7, very logical move here. Just the b7 is now perfect square for the bishop. It looks passive. It looks passive, but we're really trying to fight that bishop on b2, and bishop on b7 is preventing e4. Black's gonna push c5 at some point eventually, and play on the queen side. And if white doesn't do anything, white, well, it's computer prefers white here actually a little bit, but in long term, I won that game against Romanishin because I was playing for long term, and eventually I put my pawns on b5, d5, and f5 just to stop that powerful bishop on g2 from ever becoming active. It never became active, even though I had problems in that game, but eventually I won because I stopped that bishop from becoming active. So that's Ho Yifan's idea.
But what did you do with your bishop on b7? Because after this pawn structure 5, e6, d5, b5, your bishop
I was just hoping for two bishop advantage eventually, and it worked out. I remind that he played bishop g5 and then took my knight. Here Mariya played a4.
Yeah.
So b4 comes automatically.
Did Ho Yifan play this line before?
Nope.
No.
No, I didn't find any.
New.
It's new, but okay. First of all, they are still in their preparation, and even if they were not preparing for this match, like hypothetically at all, they would still have knowledge, because on that level, you have more or less decent knowledge in most of the openings, and you're aware of most of the ideas. So bishop b7, a4, quite a rare move. c3 or bishop g5 was more typical here. And now actually white can try playing c4. Trying to play c4, exactly what
Yes,
Mariya
she
is doing.
played the small.
There were some games, I'm gonna look up. And now b takes c3 was the main move. I presume if d takes c4, black will not hold that pawn on c4. It is way too away from the pieces. Though there was a game with d takes c4. So let us just wait for the answer. So d takes c4 and b takes c3 is possible, but in any case black has to take, I believe, because otherwise the whole point of playing b5 is, well, ruined. I'm just checking, there was a game Bakro-Adams 2003 where b takes c was played. Oh, there are even more games. B takes knight bd7 was played, and black was doing more or less okay. But computers actually like usually white's position. From most recent games in this position, on really top level I don't see any games. On GM level, so that two grandmasters are playing, it was Grigoryan Pashikyan 2011. And black took on c4 with a pawn, and white got really good compensation after bishop g5, knight bd2, winning that pawn back, having more knight c4, castle, and queen b3. I'm not sure if that's a precise way to play for white, but white won in 30 moves. So that was game Grigoryan Pashikyan. It can illustrate some ideas if black takes on c4. Also, there was a game which is really interesting, Konero Mktrchan, not sure if I pronounced correctly, I apologize. It was also 2011, FIDE Grand Prix. Probably Yifan did play there. And there was played b takes c3 after c4, and knight takes c3, and Konero won. Interesting idea, knight takes c3. So strategically it looks, if black manages to play a5, you know, maybe even right now, oh, that's exactly what's been played. If black can fix a b4 square, there's no e4, black could be much better eventually. But the point is that the game continued. Konero Mktrchan Lilith in 2011, two strong GMs, queen b3. Attacking the bishop, bishop a6, bishop f4, really quick development, and trying to put pressure on that c7 pawn. Why did she play c6 here? Maybe she didn't like knight b5 coming. c6, rook f to d1 was played. So white has to be really fast. If white doesn't break through fast, bishop e7, knight e5. Oh, that's exactly what bishop e7, knight to e5, excellent outpost. Castle and e4. White, that's why rook had to go away. That's why knight went to e5 to support e4. And it looks like white got some edge. And
Not small.
it was still very unclear position. And eventually Humpy Konero beat her opponent. So it seems like something like this is prepared by Mariya and her team. So there were games on top men and women level after c4. And yeah, I think it would lead to interesting open positions. And we can see today, hopefully, some open fight and interesting game with many tactical resources. And I'm really actually glad that on move 7 we are in a very rare position, more or less, statistically speaking. And it seems like Yifan might be out of the book. Maybe I'm wrong. They would ask her during the press conference, I think.
But she will not
she will not answer truthfully. So yeah, unless she wins and the match is over, maybe. So I also would like to thank our audience, our chess viewers, that you're choosing us instead of candidates' matches that are currently in progress. So
Don't tell this, maybe somebody doesn't know about
no,
this.
don't go away. So what do we have? 7-minute difference on the clock, psychological advantage for white. I don't think that fans, Yifan's fans should worry now, because apparently there are many decent moves here from
Yes,
black.
so she has
So
choice, of
since
course.
b takes c3, d takes c4, computer says, interesting, c5. Computer on not very big depths says you can just go c5 and then knight bd2 a5. He's just saying you're fine. It looks very risky to me because white is already castled, right? Black's king is still in the center. And apparently even c5 is playable here. And on knight bd2, computer suggests just a5 and gives equality. And then knight bd7, he's not in a rush. So despite the fact that position is about to open, computer claims that black is doing all right. Instead of c5, knight bd7 apparently is also playable with the same idea as c5. So, yeah, by the way, computer does not appreciate the main move b takes c3. He doesn't even consider it in top 3 lines. Stockfish 6 I'm using currently. It claims that dc4 is all right, and knight bd7 and c5. So it's more or less new position. We can see a novelty really quickly, and I would be happy about that. I want them to play earlier without home preparation, you know.
But I'm sure that Yifan prepares something.
Yeah, maybe she's just trying to remember some specifics here, which one to choose, you know, because, well, frankly, there's many moves to choose. We pointed out 4, and all of them are all right. D takes c4, b takes c3, c5 and knight bd7. But knight bd7, well, white might not like because of c5. c5 might be unpleasant, threatening to go a5 and win that pawn on b4 eventually. So c5, black has to play a5 immediately. And now white can... maybe bishop f4, or what's the computer recommendation? Computer just says queen c2, knight bd2, just to
develop the pieces.
Develop pieces and maybe prepare e4 eventually, still giving equality. But this is strategically very interesting picture we're seeing. If black doesn't break through with c5, he might be eventually worse. But on the other hand, white doesn't have e4 in the nearest future, so anything can happen here. So it's really
like c5 or d takes c4 with the idea to open the center.
Yeah, to be like really specific, just show me what you got right now. Yeah, it is strange. Computer suggests c5 as the best option right here. Yeah, black is trying to use the fact that white's knight on b1 is out of play due to this powerful pawn on b4, and it will take some time before white moves all of her pieces into the game, like bishop, the knight to b2 d2, b2 d2 is still, bd2 is still not in the game. It has to go to c4 or b3 to get some targets. And interesting. By the way, typical idea supported by the engine is knight e5 in those positions when there's a tension on the long diagonal. White can just play knight e5, keeping this tension, pinning the d5 pawn. Yeah, there's no direct threat after knight e5, but knight is really a5. Interesting.
So
we did not consider that move.
Yes,
so the position is so interesting that, well, any move that looks good is not for sure not bad.
But I think Yifan was not ready for this line.
Yeah, that's why maybe she chooses not to go for open into open fight, to open the position, because in open positions home preparation really matters, and in more or less closed position that I'm assuming we're about to see soon, computer preparation is not that valuable anymore. So reasonable move with a5, but the question is what to do on c takes d5. C takes d5. If you take with the pawn on d5, you will have to, let me, computer does not appreciate the a5 move that much, but in closed maneuvering position you can really argue with it. So c takes d makes sense, and if black takes on d5 with a pawn, there might be big problems on this file eventually. You know, for example, I can see knight coming to b3. Let's say knight bd7, knight b3. We have nice outpost. The pawn on a5 needs protection, and if black plays c5 at any moment, we might have, this is really black's not going to play c5 with king in z. I'm just trying to paint a picture. We'll get a nice outpost on d4 and maybe even on b5 eventually. So and
isolated pawn on d5.
Isolated pawn, outposts, and all the pieces on the board. And yeah, no weaknesses in white's position. So this is if black takes with the e takes d5 pawn, black will have long-term strategical problems on the c file, or in case of c5, isolated pawn. I'm not saying that black is in trouble here. I'm just saying if black is not active enough, black can be active. Black can prepare c5, knight to e4, bishop to d6, can play really aggressively. But long-term advantage, pawn structure advantage, I would call it, is for white here. If black takes with the knight, I don't think it's a good idea. We can, at some point, we can play e4 and really grab the center. So bishop takes d5, or even queen takes d5. No, queen takes d5 is a really bad move.
Knight h4.
Knight somewhere, and yeah, knight to e4, knight d2, white is winning. So taking with the queen is not an option. Taking with the knight loses the control over a really key square of this position. The whole idea of b5, b4 was to prevent white from grabbing the center. So bishop takes d5 seems like another option, but I'm not sure if black is gonna hold the e4 square. For example, I would do something like this, pinning your knight.
Then knight bd2 and d4.
Yeah, I wanna, if you go bishop e7, I'm gonna do this.
Knight bd2.
And if castle, I may consider doing this and grabbing the center, maybe even e5, and then trying to use the c file here. Also, I can try playing just rook e1 or queen c2. Maybe queen c2 might be stronger without giving away the bishop. And white can really grab the center, and if black doesn't break through with c5, that would be a big problem here.
So it takes d5 the best move.
It looks like, yeah, black is not fully developed, so I would keep the position closed, at least for the time being. And now for white, I would maneuver the knight to b3. Let's say something like this could be played, bishop to d6, and then maybe bishop to g5. I'm not too scared to give away this bishop. If you play h6, maybe I take.
Knight takes?
If knight takes, I get some control over the c5 square. For example, I can see maneuver like this and then to d3. Once I control the c5 square, black's gonna be in trouble. So that's a picture I would paint. Knight goes to b3, bishop to g5 maybe, and rook to c1 of course, and then white would try.
It's easy for white to play in this position because we have weakness on c7, and actually only one square for the knight on b3, perfect square, and one square for the bishop on g5 to make a pin on h4 d8 diagonal.
Yeah, the problem might be that black has enough pieces to protect the c5 square. At least that bishop can go to a6, put some pressure. So it's really not typical pawn structure at all. I can't even think about an opening where this pawn structure can appear. Very often we get this pawn structure with pawn on b6 for black, and black plays c5, and even then white takes on c5 and gets some pressure on those pawns. But on the other hand, knight doesn't go to b3, knight is standing on c3. So really not standard situation we're having right now.
I think the main idea for Hoyle was to play a5, maybe to show Mariya some new line, and now she should think about something new, because for moves we expected now for moves, right?
Yeah.
C5, knight bd7, d takes c4, and b takes c3. But
Yeah, another strategy. You try to play a move that was probably not considered in the preparation.
yes,
And it's not like bad move or something. It's just a move. A5. So the idea of A5, if you don't, white can play A5 on next move. So if you play this, for example, A5 would be really unpleasant, I believe. Grabbing more space, threatening maybe to give check at some point. But the main threat is to go C5.
yeah, and pawn on
And
b4
that
is
pawn on
big.
B4 is gonna say goodbye
Yeah.
soon, and white would win. So when I play A5, you have to do something already, and this is either to capture on C4 or play C5 yourself, but this pawn on A5 is really annoying. A6 could follow, there's always checks on A4, so that's the reason she played A5. She played A5 just to have this good pawn structure that grabs some space. It took some time for black to take that space, so white is a little bit ahead in development. Now I think with the knight on b8, Yifan is not afraid of this c5 closing the center. Doesn't make too much sense to me, because this knight can go at some point to c6 already, put pressure on pawn on d4. Black is not forced to go knight bd7 like we consider. So I wouldn't go maybe c5 here for white, but I already would worry about this d takes c4. So that's why c takes d5 seems like a reasonable decision. Also maybe bishop g5 is also interesting move, because if you take, we get a transposition, because in this position if takes, there was a game white played bishop g5 here. And I don't think if you were black here you would play a5. I don't think so. You would do something else.
Yes.
So that's why I think after a5, bishop g5 is also an idea. And then keeping c5, c takes d options, the knight will go to b2, d2. There's no other way to go. And then maybe white would decide on what to do with this center. So I presume c takes d or bishop d5 is reasonable.
But
knight b2
if
also
bishop
play.
g5, can we take on c4? D takes.
You take on c4. I was planning this move.
And if c3, for example?
c3. I would take, I guess.
B takes.
See? And maybe
I want to play bishop b4 to protect my pawn on
Interesting.
c3 and to make castle quickly.
interesting. Yeah, maybe I'll try to win that pawn, but how? I'm not sure. Yeah, it's very typical in Slav. They sometimes play this and knight b1, but there is no bishop b4 move. Interesting. So a5 could be very useful move here. Takes. Let's say I go back, you defend it, and then I attack it again maybe.
Bishop g5.
Bishop g5 was played. Yeah, I presume that Mariya knows that after d takes c5, bishop g5 is the right move. I think it's the right move, I'm not sure, and that's why she's not afraid of d takes c5, d takes c4, though it's definitely a move to consider right now for Ho. But I don't think she's gonna do that. By the way, on d takes c, I can maybe try. No, I don't wanna exchange the bishops here.
What you are doing during the game if, for example, you don't know the line what to play, or you open and play something new?
Yeah,
in some line.
It's a tricky question.
What do you
It depends.
You are thinking.
Yeah, normally if I see that if it's not a home preparation,
yes,
then I'm fine. I just play chess, look for plans, ideas,
but
weaknesses.
what are you thinking about? What is your ideas? You try to find the best move, that's all?
Well, if it's still an opening like
Yeah.
here, I try to understand what could be my long-term plans here.
Okay, very well.
So, and then I seek the setup of pieces that would fulfill one of those plans or several, and then I choose once I know where I'm supposed to develop pieces. So here, bishop g5. If black doesn't do anything, white's gonna play knight bd2 on next move. Then maybe rook will go to c1, then maybe c takes d5, knight goes to b3. So that would be a setup. So really approximate variation. Bishop e7, I'm not sure if it's the best move. So this would be my setup. Let's say takes, and knight goes here. There's a clear weakness on c5. This is my setup. I'm gonna aim for it. Maybe knight goes to e5 or through e1 to d3. That's my setup. So normally, if it's a new position to me, normally I try to come up with where do I develop pieces. But very often there are several ways to develop pieces, and common mistake, in my opinion, is first developing them and then thinking, what do I do next? And sometimes if you develop them in not a proper way, you don't have anything to do rather than regroup back. So before, especially in new positions in which you're not familiar with, or I am not familiar with, I try to understand what is my plan, what is my long-term plan, and then I look for a setup, and then I try to execute.
But also, it's very important to understand what is the plan of your
Exactly.
and what is the difference between two lines, which you know and which
I'm
you
trying
don't know.
maybe to seek a setup to do my plan and putting some obstacles to his plan to try to annoy or prevent some ideas. So usually, especially in new positions, it takes a lot of time to analyze all of this and find the right move order.
So Yifan played knight bd7 here.
So white still has a choice of playing c5, but I don't think it's not going anywhere from white. So I would go knight bd2 quickly here for white.
To develop the knight, to
I'm
protect
developing
the pawn
a
on
knight,
c4,
protecting the pawn.
with the idea take on d5 in the future
maybe,
and push
yeah.
e4.
Yeah.
If bishop takes d5.
Yeah. So knight bd2 seems like a really logical move right now for white. That's why she developed the bishop first, so that knight will not be in the way of the bishop, and the c1 square would be clearly for the rook.
Actually, it's a typical mistake for beginners, to play knight bd2 and to close this bishop on c1.
Yeah, knight will maybe go to b3 eventually, but now you just have to go to b3 to finish the development. Once your bishop is out there, you might have more useful moves than putting your knight on b3. You're right, I agree. So actually, before even developing pieces, you have to see a picture, what are you going to do next? And then you can find a setup that will help you to make that plan alive. So I'm expecting knight bd2 here. There's also knight e5 move, very typical for this position.
Expected also this move.
Yeah.
But she's thinking
during
Mariya time also.
Yeah, because there are always some. You should always look at move orders that you. On top level, they always look at the move order of, if you have a setup, this piece should be here, this here, this here. Very often the move order could be very crucial, very important, because with one move order, you can prevent your opponent's ideas or at least annoy him or her with that move order. So here I would consider knight e5 as an option as well. So I'm pinning the pawn. I'm actually threatening to take on d7. You will have to take with the queen, then I would take on f6, double your pawns, and I would get an excellent position because black's king would be...
But okay, if bishop e7
bishop
in this
e7,
position.
probably the right move in this position. On the other hand, now I maybe take on d7, and if you take with knight, maybe bishop to e7 is a possibility here. And at some point I will have to play knight to d2.
In this position?
I don't see any, knight to d2. It is very typical in Catalan to just put that knight on e5, and if black takes that knight, we take with d pawn, and the knight from f6 has to go, and then there is enormous pressure on the d5 pawn. White can put pressure, white can break through with e4. It's very typical to do that. So I think these are two moves Mariya is considering now, knight d2 and knight e5. Knight bd2 is more typical and logical, knight to e5.
What if castle inside after knight bd2 in this position?
Let's say knight takes d7.
Yeah, queen takes.
Queen takes, then I was planning to take, let's say, on d5, c takes d5. And if your plan was to take with the e-pawn, I'm really happy about that because I'm gonna maybe immediately take. So if you take with a pawn, it looks like her plan here.
Yeah.
I can even take immediately on f6. You take, it's not necessary, but to illustrate. And now I go knight b3. And now I completely control the c5 square. Then I would put the knight on c5, put the rook on c1, put my pawn on e3, double rooks. And black has no counterplay at all. It's really unpleasant position for black. So that is the reason I wanted to go knight e5. I want to exchange the knights, and then my knight comes to b3, and he's the king of the c5 square now.
Okay, if for example we will take here
Yeah,
with
now
a knight,
maybe that's a better idea. And then I take on e7.
queen takes c7.
I take on d5, let's say. Taking with the
bishop
bishop
takes
worth
d5,
considering,
e4.
but then you have to calculate e4.
Yeah.
I presume that's Ho's idea to take with the pawn. I might be wrong. And now knight b3 again, let's say.
Now knight on d7 protects the square on c5.
Yeah. But I'm planning
So,
slowly
rook
to go.
e8,
Yeah,
yeah.
rook e8. I
Rook
go
e1.
e3.
e3.
Yeah, e3. Yeah, maybe my rook will go someplace else after that. And then I'm planning to go. Maybe it's time to go c5 now for black. But then
d takes c5. Knight takes c5.
Yeah, and play that position. Knight to d4. Because if you don't break through with c5, I'm gonna play rook c1. I'm gonna put that knight on c5 and get really long-term pressure. So that could be Mariya's idea in this position. That could be. We're a little bit too far from the actual position, but this is like a picture that can be possible in this game. D takes c is necessary. Knight takes, and now maybe knight
Bishop
d.
takes d5 is
Bishop
really
take-
dangerous because of rook a8. Yeah.
Yeah, it requires some calculation, but it looks not right. e4, knight takes e4, probably white
Maybe
is
rook
losing.
c1, something like this.
I'm afraid the pawn might be
yeah.
hanging there.
On a4. pawn is-
Even taking on c5 and playing rook c1 with slight edge for white is
Yeah.
playable. Takes, rook c1, maybe queen somewhere d6 or b6, maybe b6. But then I can maybe try taking your pawn.
Yes.
Not sure what's going. And if d6, I can put my queen on d4. And
Position
white,
with isolated pawn.
just isolated pawn. White gets pleasant
Yeah.
free advantage.
Then rook fd1.
Yeah. So
And attack
this
this
is
pawn.
this is a picture that could happen if black takes with on d5 with the pawn. And again, we are assuming white's gonna take on d5. There's also c5 idea. Knight bd2. Yeah. Actually, yeah, that's a good idea because knight e5 is not going anywhere. I don't think black's gonna play bishop d6 here. It looks doesn't look right to me to put the bishop. There's a pin. The c5 can come. By the way, if bishop d6, I go rook c1, and I'm already threatening to win a piece. Let us show that variation. So I don't think bishop to d6 is gonna be on the board, preventing knight e5, because after rook c1, which is like clearly the next move according to plan, black cannot castle because c5 and c6, and suddenly white is winning. So after rook c1, black will have to deal with it, and that's unpleasant.
And bishop b7 is more natural move
Yeah.
because we
Yeah.
don't like the spin on
Exactly,
h4.
black
d8
will try to
diagonal.
unpin. There's also h6 possibility, but it makes more sense maybe to finish the development. And now knight e5 is not going anywhere, so we can just play rook c1 first according to our plan, then let's say castle, and then maybe we consider capturing, or knight e5. So yeah, normally you're supposed to finish development first and then move pieces again.
Yeah.
So far they both follow that rule quite strictly, unless moving the pawns. So that's what you're supposed to do in the opening. One move with one piece, unless it is attacked, until you finish the development, ideally. So knight e5 could easily be an inaccuracy in those positions. So on top level, grandmasters can do those things because they realize some small tiny details that I'm preventing something, or I'm gonna finish the development anyway. But on lower level, it's highly recommended
It
to
depends what
finish
the opponent play
Exactly,
also.
exactly. But it's highly recommended to finish the development first and then move pieces again. So for example, if I have to choose, let's say c takes d is on the board, e takes d, if I have to choose between knight b3 and rook c1, I would choose rook c1.
Yeah,
because rook from a1 is definitely going to c1, it's not doing anything. Knight from d2 can have other options, maybe controlling the e4 square, but normally it's better to develop a new piece rather than improve already developed piece.
Also, we can keep this plan in our minds, knight b3, and don't show our opponent immediately.
Yeah, maybe we'll go e4. Maybe our plan is e4. You don't know that, you know.
Yeah. And our opponent should calculate more possibilities for us.
Yeah.
And spend time for this.
So I'm expecting bishop e7. Are there any other possibilities? D takes c4 doesn't look logical here. White is ready to take it. h6 has some point, just immediately taking the two bishops, you know. White didn't play bishop g5 to run away after h6, I assume. And now taking with the queen leaves the e4 square without proper guidance. I don't like queen f6. The c7 pawn is not protected. I just don't like it.
E1, E4,
maybe or rook
like
c1, just attack a pawn. Yeah, just rook c1 is a good move. I'm attacking the pawn. Again, you don't have bishop d6 because of this and c6. So queen f6 I don't like. Knight f6 might be reasonable. But then the c5 square is out of control and e5 square is out of control. So I don't think h6 gonna be on the board. Bishop e7 looks very logical.
Actually, White has idea take this knight on f6 without move h6.
Yeah,
and
even that is at some point is playable for black. Yeah, but on the other hand, it's really well. Very often you wanna get something immediately. Like I get two bishops now at least, and I know what I'm suffering for. You know, I will have two bishops for a long time now. Wow, the strongest engine, at least the champion between engines, Komodo 9, gives like 0.4 in White's favor. It really likes this sort of position. Yeah.
Because of weakness on c7 after c takes d5 and e takes d5.
Yeah, so white gives advantage to white. What about Stockfish? It's less optimistic about white chances, but still gives advantage to white. But I would rather agree with Komodo here, because both engines after c takes d, they take with the e pawn, and in closed positions, Komodo is a better, more human approach, you know, understanding the weaknesses, the plans. So far, I think it's easier to play for white. It's really clear what is my next move. My next move is rook c1, right? That's my next move. And then I take on d5 probably, unless you take if you take with the piece, I'm gonna push e4. I'm gonna do that. And if you take with the pawn, I put my knight on b3, and you will have to either play c5 and give me nice outposts for my pieces, or if you don't play c5, I'm gonna block that square, and you will be without counterplay for a long time. Oh, Stockfish prefers h6. Really strange. That's the best move. It gives also white advantage. So, to sum up, if I were in Maria's shoes, I would be quite happy with the
h6 move.
With just the opening outcome. It looks like white gets easy play, slight edge, and clear what to do. Okay, now I know that because I used the engine's help, but yeah, it was also quite a... So yeah, the point is that the whole idea of b5 move, well, failed. The whole idea of b5 move in the opening was to stop that bishop on g2 from becoming active and stop white from playing c4.
But white played c4 and...
White succeeded in playing c4. Black did gain some
Bishop on
space.
g2 is better than bishop on b7.
Exactly. So only one bonus for black is some space on the queen side in really long term. But now it just took some unnecessary time, and there is an excellent place for a knight on b3. So
And maybe a5 pawn will be weak in the future, of course.
Exactly, exactly. With the knight on b3, the pawn on a5 would be always under pressure.
If we can use our c5 square with the rook. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, white could be really happy with the opening outcome. All the pieces on the board, slight advantage. White controls the center a little bit better, and white is slightly better developed. So yeah.
But bishop e7, I think it's natural move.
Yeah,
which
bishop
she's
just
thinking
continuing
about.
the develop. I think she's thinking about h6. I don't think she's thinking about c5. That looks way... No, it's just wrong. No, c5 is just
Without
wrong.
castle.
Yeah, after c
It's
takes d,
dangerous.
if you take with the bishop, I have e4 immediately. And if you take with the pawn, well, you open the position with your king right in the center. No, it doesn't look right. She's trying to come up with a plan and a setup. And she's trying to choose with which piece she's gonna take if white takes on d5. What is she going to do about that? If she wants to take with the bishop, she needs to unpin that knight. So if bishop e7, let's see, maybe she's considering something like that. Let's say bishop e7, rook c1, castle, and c takes d.
And bishop takes d5, do you
Yeah,
think?
might be an option. So there's no pin, so no e4 for the time being.
But we can prepare, for example, rook e1 and e4.
Maybe queen c2,
Or
it
queen
comes
c2,
with a
e4,
tempo.
yeah.
Comes
And
with a
also
tempo.
attack on the pawn
Attacking the
c7.
pawn, preparing e4, so maybe c5. But it might be just losing a pawn.
Yeah.
Might be losing a pawn, or e4 first, or e4, e5. Ooh. It might be just losing a pawn. Takes. c8. No. It's not
Maybe
losing.
first of all e4, e4.
e4, yeah.
Yeah.
Bishop goes
And
back.
then we can try e5 here, right?
e5, knight d5.
Bishop takes c7, d
Takes.
takes c5, and knight b3 or knight e4 in the future.
Let's
knight
say
e4 maybe
rook
more dangerous.
c8. Oh, the d6
Yeah,
square.
knight
Oh,
e4.
yeah. That's why we kept the knight on d2, to have options, right?
Yes.
To the specifically the e4 square. Yeah, this looks very dangerous for black. So, but I think she might be considering
Yes.
something like this. She has some major decisions to make now about what does she do after c takes d5. She can also follow the computer suggestion to go h6, very specific modern chess suggestion, I would say, that just take something immediately, just at least I will have two bishops.
I don't know why, but I'm sure that she's thinking what to do after c takes d5, e takes d5.
Maybe, but this h6
So,
move,
because rook c1, it's natural move for Mariya, and
yeah, it's much easier to play
she's
now for
thinking
white.
what to do after the castle.
Exactly. So she's thinking, I play bishop e7, rook c1, castle. She's probably gonna take on d5
c takes,
or queen
and then
c2 first. What do I
yeah.
do then? Do I break through with c5 or no? And again, it's a new position. White already came up with a plan and the setup because it's quite logical and easy to
Yes.
find. Bishop goes there, knight goes here, rook here, knight b3. It's not clear what is the setup for black. And what is black going to do? Is black going to play c5 at some point, or just keep a passive defense? And it depends, you know, where do you develop pieces? By the way, bishop d6 might be an opportunity. I didn't like this
no,
move first.
we discussed that.
Rook
Yeah, rook
c1,
c1, c5, and c6.
Yeah, c5 is ready. I thought c6, but this is just awful.
Yeah.
This is just... Bishop goes back. No, white got everything. The center, the development. No. Black is passive. No, I don't like it.
Just no.
Just no, yeah, just no. So, yeah. Unpleasant position for Yifan right now. Yesterday they had really complicated game.
Yeah.
Really long one. More than 5 hours. more than 5 hours. The evaluation was going back and forth. White was better, black was better, equal, and again white, black better.
But it's cool. They play till the end and fight till the end.
Yeah.
Both.
They both were playing for a win, at least at some point. So it was really interesting match yesterday, and they would really use a vacation day after that game, but no, the contract says specifically that the rest day is tomorrow. Yeah. Can't think of any other reasonable moves than h6 and bishop e7. Human move. Computer will give some moves, but yeah. 10 minutes time difference right now.
Yeah.
10 minutes time difference. Advantage for white. No positions in database. Let me just check for the record. No, never. It was never played before. So a5 was more, maybe a5 was a novelty. Let me check whether there was any a5 moves in the position. No, not a single game with a5 on move 7. Wow, that's awesome. Move 7, World Chess Championship match, absolutely new position. a5, 0 games in database. Yeah, but maybe Yifan is already not happy about her a5 decision. On the other hand, she stopped Mariya's Muzychuk preparation, right?
Yes, and it's also important now.
And that's actually what often happens when you face a novelty or a line that you completely did not expect. You try to go for some sideline and hope that your opponent doesn't know it, or plays something totally different that is considered to be in this position. But usually it comes with a price. If you want to avoid your opponent's preparation, you have to do either bad move objectively, or the move that was not considered.
Bishop e7.
And this is the price to pay. She played a5. Mariya is out of the book, but white has a pleasant position, pleasant advantage. So bishop to e7. Yeah, I'm just expecting rook c1. Expecting rook c1. I don't think Mariya is planning to go c5 now. I don't think that's her plan. Just you really see the c file.
But what is the idea of move c5?
Just space, just too general. I think Yifan would be happy if white plays c5 at some point.
But
because
white can play rook c1, for example,
yeah.
and in the future c5, but it's better to open c file and attack the pawn on c7.
Exactly. So c5 is a typical idea with these pawns on c4, d4, and d5. But in most cases, it involves white pushing the pawns on the queen side. Like if that pawn was on, instead of b4 on b7, the typical idea would be to play c5, b4, grab space, and here the queen side is blocked. And actually black has more space after that. Bishop can go to a6, so no, c5 is not going to be on the board. If I were white, I would play really quickly rook c1. Yeah, okay.
Rook c1.
Rook c1. She will need those couple extra minutes in more critical positions.
Okay, nature moves castle inside, of course.
We're gonna see castle now.
The main idea in the opening, to develop pieces quickly and to make castle, right?
Yeah. Also, just knight e4. Nope. No, I thought knight e4, exchange some pieces because black doesn't have enough space, but the pawn on c7 is hanging. So I thought just e4 is like maybe the only square for black's pieces available, as then more or less a good square, good outpost. So I would consider doing that, but here it just loses a pawn. I can show. So for now, with the rook on c1, this knight e4 is not an option in the nearest future. Just something takes and rook c7. So yeah, so I'm just expecting castle. Most likely this would be on the board. And I think Mariya would take on d5 after that. because white has to take on d5 with the knight on d2, because in case black takes with a piece, knight on d2 would really support the e4 move. If knight goes first to b3, after c takes d, black can consider taking with a piece, because black would at least temporarily control the e4 square. So after castle, rook e1 is also a move to consider. It's a Karpov move, I would say. The e file might get open 3 moves from now. The pawn on e2 might be under attack. I'm just gonna play rook e1. It's not a bad move. It's just, I don't think it's gonna happen on the board. I think castle c takes d5 is the most logical way to go.
And after e takes d5, what white should play?
I think knight to b3.
Knight b3, yeah.
Knight b3, yeah.
And now what black should play here?
It's a good question. I wouldn't actually mind me exchanging some pieces, but now my opponent, so I would want to play knight e4.
Yes, what
because
about knight
it
e4?
exchanges some pieces. I don't have, white has a little bit more space, and okay, the fewer pieces, the bigger drawing chances. And my knight on e4 would be excellent. It controls the weakness on c5, and white can hardly get rid of it. But the pawn on c7.
Yeah, and we cannot play rook c8
exactly,
because knight takes
exactly.
a5.
So I would really like to play knight e4. Maybe I can prepare it with rook e8. Maybe, but
rook
it looks a little bit weird to take on
e7, rook takes c7,
yeah, but maybe white can play queen c2. And or maybe c6 instead of rook e8. Maybe c6 could be a move, assuming black is not trying to break through. And I'm planning to go knight e4 now. Yeah, next black's move is knight e4.
So for white,
maybe it's time to maneuver the knight from f3 to d3. Either through e5, but it requires some calculation, or a safer way, let's say knight to e1.
Knight d3, knight d5,
yeah.
Knight c5, then
yeah, let's say knight e1, knight e4, that was black's idea at least, c6, knight e4, takes, 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 and now knight d3. White takes the control over
then
the c5 square.
F3
Eventually white can kick that
e4
knight,
also.
maybe e4. White's gonna put the knight on c5, pleasant advantage, positional one.
So still bishop on g2 is better than bishop
exactly.
on b7, because
so
pawn c6, d5 block this bishop.
Yeah. So overall white should be happy with the opening outcome, because the whole idea of b5 did not work. The main idea of b5 is not grabbing space. The main idea is preventing c4, and black did not do that. So this what could happen if black maybe misplace it a little bit. Maybe black still, the position is very holdable for black, but unpleasant to play. I don't see any active counterplay. For that, it's really unpleasant to defend the position where you don't see an active plan, where you have to just defend and stand there. So maybe she's considering to play c5 at some point.
In which position do you mean?
In any position. Just try to open.
But after castle, I hope.
Yeah, I presume castle. And but after castle, c takes d8, knight b3, it's really hard to push c5.
It's a typical idea to push c5, but it's not possible.
Yeah, I think the moment passed. Maybe c5 here. Let's consider. Castle is not running anywhere.
It's not dangerous for you?
It looks dangerous, but we're analyzing. We can do really bad moves. Yeah, we can. No price to pay. We're just having fun. So c5. c5. Yeah, it makes sense, because the king is going to castle and black is trying to fight for the center. So I think white has to do something. Takes. White has to take something.
C takes?
Let's take there. Let's say knight takes. I'm trying to exchange pieces. Takes on e7. Queen takes.
Push e4 maybe.
e4 is always on the table. What? Anything else? There's knight b3 also possible, forcing black to take, and then we take with the f knight maybe.
And if castle?
And then castle, and then we try to kick that knight from d5 and penetrate to c7. So for example, knight b3, if you take, I take with the knight, and if you castle, I have knight c6, but e4 could be very annoying. And then rook c7.
Knight f6.
I think rook c7 might be. And bishop e4, it looks like losing, takes, and knight c6. Exactly. Winning the knight. So c5 extremely dangerous. So maybe after c takes d, not taking with the knight, taking with the bishop leads to probably losing a pawn. But let us consider. Maybe d takes c5 first, because I consider taking on f6, but it's not going anywhere. So d takes c5, and if you take, let's say, with the knight,
then bishop takes f6.
Bishop
maybe.
takes f6, g takes f6. Now I ruined the cover of the king, but very often it's not a big problem for that, for black in those positions. And maybe actually black is not doing so bad here. I don't see what white can do here.
Yes, this bishop on d5 is
so I want to
strong.
exchange it, but then black will have time to finish the development. It seems that black is doing fine here. So maybe instead of d takes c5, okay, knight b3 is not an option because of c4, I presume. What else can I do?
Can we try bishop takes
maybe
f6?
takes first, and if you take with the
Knight,
you can lose a pawn,
c5.
and if you
bishop
take
takes f6, e4 maybe.
e4 might be really unpleasant. Yeah, so maybe taking. I think these are the variations she's considering. She realized that when I say she, I refer to how Yifan she's thinking right now. She realizes that if she castles c takes d, probably she has to take with the pawn, knight c3, forever worse, forever strategically worse, and c5 requires really precise calculation right now. So because automatically you play castle, but this is maybe the last moment where she can try
to push c5.
What about c5, c takes d, e takes d, just giving the isolated pawn. It looks like white has to take, because c4 could be really unpleasant. And now, oh no, it's awful.
Bishop takes c5. We can
If
play.
bishop, we attack it with a tempo. If knight takes, we take on f6, and that's horrible. Black has to double pawns. That's so, no, it's just not right. Rook c8 is possible.
What
but
if
bishop takes, I just don't like that knight b3 comes with a tempo.
B3,
just comes with a tempo, there's a pin, you go back to e7 or to b6.
Yeah, I'm thinking about bishop b6.
Yeah, maybe that's the variation she's considering. But why did she play bishop e7 then? Why not c5 first?
Without bishop
yeah,
e7?
but to keep this option bishop c5, you mean maybe white wouldn't just take it. But it looks very risky to play c5.
Without bishop e7 and without development. But okay, we can try.
Yeah, why not? c5. So c takes d, I like move. Ah, no, the reason was because there's a pin. After c5, I take nines move c5 that we want to. C takes d. We consider taking with the bishop, but now it's not possible because of e4. If you take with the bishop, e4. And you cannot take because of the pin, and that looks awful. So that's why bishop e7 was necessary.
Yeah.
Hold on, c takes, after c5, c takes d, we considered e takes d. Instead of, I mean on here, on 10th move, yeah. C takes d, e takes d, d takes c5, and now bishop takes c5. If that was her plan, she could have done it this way maybe. I'm not saying it's a good plan, but maybe on c5 white would just play rook c1, you know, just and you will have to play bishop e7 anyway. Maybe that leads to a transposition. But the fact that she's thinking for so long means that the position is really unpleasant now. The position is really unpleasant. She's considering to play c5, I presume. Otherwise, I don't see any other move. h6 is not running away anywhere. So it seems like she's trying to h6. Okay.
H6.
She chooses to go h6. Now actually white can consider playing bishop f4. But I would not do that.
Bishop takes?
Yeah, I think bishop takes gonna be on the board. Bishop f4 also possible, but it's not a human approach. If you play bishop g5 and you cannot, after h6, you cannot go to h4, it means you're like committed to taking on f6. So she's gonna take, yeah, it's just take.
Takes.
And what was her ho's plan
F9
here?
takes, f6, knight e5.
She could have played this quicker without the bishop on e7. Is her plan to take with the bishop? Is that a possibility? Why did she play bishop e7 first, you know? She had h6 move one move before.
Yeah.
Maybe she considering taking with the bishop to keep the knight protecting the c5 square.
Okay, still c takes,
Yeah, it makes
d5.
c takes d5. And hold
bishop
on,
takes d5,
maybe
e4.
bishop takes. Let's consider bishop takes. Let's try not blocking that bishop. Bishop moves.
I like this position for white, of course.
Yeah, it looks very unpleasant. Queen c2 attacking the pawn. No. Queen c2, rook c8, the pawn on a5 will be under
b3,
pressure.
yeah.
No, it doesn't. No, it looks very bad. No. No, she's gonna take on d5 with a pawn, I feel. And e takes d, and try to say that, okay, my bishop on f6 is not too active, but I'm preventing knight e5. And my knight on d7 still in the control over the... So knight b3, I guess. Knight b3. Actually, that bishop would be perfectly placed on d6 in these positions. It's a really good square for a bishop. It's protecting the weakness, and it's aimed towards white's king, and it controls the e5 square.
And c5 also.
Exactly, yeah. So the bishop would really enjoy standing on d6 here. But it's really pleasant. White controls the weakness on c5, and black doesn't have active counterplay. Knight e1, knight d3 is on the table, doubling the rooks on c file on the table.
So maybe knight takes f6 instead bishop takes f6.
Maybe,
but to play bishop d6
but it
in
doesn't.
the future.
It would be like saying, yes, I should have played h6 earlier, you know, and it could be a big psychological pressure. That's why she's thinking right now. She's not gonna play g takes f here. That's very risky. Knight bishop takes.
Bishop
Exactly.
takes.
She's trying to prove that no, I have a good idea. That was my plan, not to play h6 immediately. I think this is a good way to go. But it seems like white has really good pressure down the c file. I'm expecting c takes d, or actually queen c2 might be possible now. What do you think about queen c2 move? I'm threatening to win a pawn. If you defend it with rook c8, there would be a problem with pawn on a5.
Yeah.
So there's a passive way to deal with this threat, is to go c6. By the way, not the worst move, because the idea is to take on d5 with the c pawn, but then I can try playing e4 for white. If you play c6, I can play e4 maybe, try to grab space and open my powerful bishop. So I would say queen c2 deserves attention here.
Yeah.
c6, e4, I think you have to take. That pawn e5, c5 could be really strategically dangerous. So d takes e, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, and let's say castle or bishop e7. But this could be strategically dangerous position for black, even if I push c5 and put my knight, let's say c5 here. You castle, then I play something like rook f to e1, and then I put my knight on e5, pawn on f4. It looks like white is completely dominating those bishops.
And pawn on c6.
Pawn on c6, weak, no counterplay. It looks not good. So probably it's not her plan. So queen c2 could be an unpleasant move. Unpleasant move here. How do black defend? If black plays rook c8, I can again go for e4. I can take on d5 and play knight b3.
So
Queen
maybe
c2 actually
d
looks...
takes c4.
D takes c4, yeah, also a possibility. Let's say knight or queen.
Queen. If
Let's say queen.
Takes
Let's
c4, bishop a6. Maybe
bishop
I
a6.
have.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. And takes
So
a
knight
crucial
takes
pawn.
c4.
So, but there's no threat now, and that knight
Yeah,
should be
on
B-
b3.
Mhm. So maybe queen c2.
Maybe
I still prefer white here, but yeah, castle I can go e4 and play that position as well. And that knight maybe goes to e4, knight e3 maybe, and then maybe I'll try to attack the king even. I think white was better here due to the center and to weak c7 pawn. The question is how much. So I'm saying that queen c2 and c takes d are the
What if
most
c
logical.
takes d5, e
Mhm.
takes d5, and queen c2 in this position?
Really good question.
We have not rook c8 because knight b3.
No, there's still
So-
rook c8, knight b3, and then
C6.
c6. Yeah, also possible. Let's say rook
But-
c8, knight b3, and c6.
It should be better for white, of course.
It always is. e4
Maybe,
is
yeah,
worth
we
considering.
can push e4 here and king in the center.
Trying to open that
D5?
bishop. Yeah. If you take, I can give check. You play queen e7. Then I maybe push my knight to e5. Oh, the a5 pawn is hanging. Sorry, e4 is an excellent move. No, it's not right. No, if with c6, the rook should be at least on a8, protecting that pawn. So she didn't
Queen
take. She
C2
played queen
played.
c2.
So second time.
I'm gonna consult the engine now, but
You guess her move.
according to Stockfish, c takes d would give about half pawn advantage, and queen c2 only 0.3, at least on not a big depth. Yeah, c takes d followed by, oh, it was 0.8 now. Wow. And it does not like queen c2 now because of c6. Interesting. Queen c2, c6, e4. My goodness, g5. What is that? It says c6 is the best move, and we considered c6, and we said that e4, and it's just castling, but that's awful. It is castling. I can go e5, bishop e7, and c5. No, it's just unless I don't think black's gonna break through with f6 here at
Yeah.
any point. If no, white is just strategically winning. It's just Stockfish does not understand this position well when I use Komodo. Computer likes bishops. No, white pick advantage here. So yeah, queen c2 not a bad move, but according to Stockfish and Komodo, c takes d was stronger, but they might as well be wrong. So queen c2. Queen c2 is a logical move, just continuing the development. She did not spend any extra move to not develop piece, only moving pawns, like a4, c4, and that's it. With every move, she would develop a piece or make a castle, unlike Yifan. h6, bishop takes f6, so computer says you gotta play c6 or sacrifice that pawn, and in both cases white is better. Yeah, e4. Yeah, white does have a big advantage here. White does have, in case of c6, white goes e4, and white's strategy, okay, black's strategy with b5 now fails completely. The bishop on g2 is extremely powerful now.
Yeah.
If black doesn't play c6, how black is going to defend that pawn, I don't see. And after e4, if you take, our knights become very powerful. If you don't take, white's gonna close the center with e5 and c5. And if black does, computers do not understand this position because they do not see the long-term problems. Like here, if you don't play f6 or f5, white's gonna just move all the pieces to the king side, push f4, g4, f4, just start pushing, and we'll win.
Attack the king.
And I don't think that black can play f6 at any point.
she
Yes,
plays
c6. The more or less the only way to not lose a pawn. And I'm expecting e4 or sticking to her plan rook f to e1. But why e4 is much more natural. The rook has a choice. White doesn't have a choice. White has to play e4 now because c takes d5 is not an option anymore because of c takes d.
Yes.
And black has no weaknesses and two bishops. And if white wants to fight for advantage, and I'm sure white is, so e4 is gonna be on the table. And then that rook from f1, I'm not sure where it is better placed. So no, e4 is the move here.
And that's a typical idea in this opening to push e4.
Yeah. Yeah, e4, and if black doesn't do anything, we close it. If black takes, knight takes e4, and maybe c5. Maybe c5, or maybe just put the rooks in the center, really pleasant advantage for white. I played these sort of positions for black against Catalan bishop. It's really unpleasant. You think that you have two bishops, but they are so bad, especially the one on b7.
And you have no space.
White has e4, e5, and d4 squares.
And it's difficult to exchange the pieces.
Exactly. You're just standing there. It's really unpleasant.
And sometimes don't know what to do.
Exactly.
After castle, I mean.
Exactly. So I'm expecting here e4 to be on the board quickly. Maybe there's a point to play c5 now, but no, it's better to go e4 now. So we're gonna go for a short break now. Oh, or maybe not. We have a guest. We have a guest. Here you go.
Hello. Yeah.
Oh, no, the guest is always in the middle.
Grandmaster Alexander Sulipa. Coach of national team, men national team. How are
Lviv
you?
citizen.
Fine. C6.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
Best move, I think. We checked c5, some idea with d5, rook c8,
but don't work, yeah.
Yes, something don't work, yeah. Also we checked a lot of moves and the press.
Oh, we just
very solid, very solid.
But I think Mariya should just block everything. E5, C5.
E5,
I would play that like.
And after you push, you prepare E4, F2, F4, G4. Yes,
yeah.
You push.
Unless black plays F6, but it's no. With that pawn on E6.
You can put bishop on H3 and rook E1. You know. And,
yeah, I think black has to play something like F5 and just stand there hoping for not to, and that would take like 50 moves for white, but really pleasant position.
So you say immediate, yeah?
Yeah,
okay,
I'm
for
just
example, E5.
Yeah, E5, bishop, and C5.
C5. So here is E5, yeah?
Yeah, I think black has to at some point play F5. F5, let's see.
Okay, I take.
The problem is, yeah, takes, bishop takes.
Bishop takes. So
yeah,
now rook.
Well, it might be just losing actually. Bishop
rook.
H3 or rook E1.
Oh, yes. Should
rook,
be losing. Yeah, bishop,
rook
yes,
maybe
yes.
C to E1 maybe.
Maybe even bishop E3, all right.
Or bishop. I think black can just lose that pawn.
Yes,
it doesn't look black as and if black doesn't play F5, well, that's it. White has 100 of moves at his disposal, right? Rook C to E1, moving the knight. I would move the knight from D2 to B3, C1, D3, F4. You know, I would just. So black has to consider this F6, but if black doesn't play F6, black is in deep strategical trouble, I would say.
Yes, but computer don't understand this.
No, they gave advantage to white, but not a big one.
I just press center and I saw that they say that C6 is best move.
No, C6 loses a pawn unless you play C6. But maybe it was...
so what's the
G5. Computer says G5, King G7. Wow.
I think it's not possible. But okay, maybe actually.
And then maybe F.
King G7 and rook H8. Maybe it's good defending idea. This position.
Yeah, that's what he's playing. G5, King G7, H5, rook H8. But I'm gonna turn it off. I don't like. I think Mariya should block.
Yes, two
close
bishops.
everything.
It's logical.
Two bishops.
Against two bishop, we already almost block the position and start to play strategically. space advantage.
And it's really unpleasant to play for black, unless you play something like g5, h5. But I think it's computer chess, not.
But you know,
unless you don't see anything else, you.
Who knows? If anything else, maybe you find this g5 idea. It's like in French, yeah, defense. It's counterplaying. So.
Yeah, but usually
there's a king on center still.
And
yes,
the pawn on
still
e5 and d4 needs protection.
Yes,
but here everything's protected.
Yes, it's a good idea. e5, c5. Why not?
Bishop
is out completely.
I have several games from Caro-Kann in this, and black even has a good bishop on h7 in that position. Still doesn't help. It's still unpleasant for black. You know, very often this sort of position appear from Caro-Kann with e5.
Yes, from Caro-Kann e5. Yes, c4, and even
C4.
I saw Ponomarev game is he played this a3 and to put c5 before.
Yeah, to block everything
so,
on there
yes,
and there.
I remember this in this knight e3 variation. Yes, e5 and knight f3. Yes.
So we are thinking that it is very reasonable to go e5 and c5, close the center. Any other options here? Because I think Mariya is more of an open type of player, but sometimes the position demands, and you have.
But this position you must understand. You know,
okay, rook f to e1 is a possible move here, also keeping the tension. Because if black wanted to take, black would take earlier, maybe.
But I'm afraid after, for example, can you put rook f e1 here?
Rook f e1, yeah.
For example, something maybe.
Just keeping my options flexible.
Can I play c5 to open? Rook c8.
c5 now, yeah?
But you take yes.
Let's consider it. It makes sense to open the position
yes,
for the
I don't want to die with cross position. You know.
But there's really big pin there. Maybe e takes d, knight e5.
Yes, but your pawn on d4 also. Okay, let's check. Take on d5, e take d5. Yes, e take d5 and knight e5. Yeah.
Knight, but yeah,
c
takes d.
C take d4.
Yeah, no, it's black is okay. Black is doing very well here. I forgot about that pawn.
Yes.
So okay, rook f1, c5 deserves attention. Can we just win that pawn?
Takes d5,
can we just win that pawn? Just takes on c5.
Yes,
c takes d. Let's say, yeah. Let's
c take d5, e take d5, and you take this pawn. Yes, so.
And I take that pawn. Yeah, let's.
D takes c5.
I'm thinking about e5, e6, but okay.
No, we went
c5.
c5.
Yeah, we want to try winning a pawn.
Reasonable.
Very reasonable, yes.
Rook c8, okay,
rook
so
c8.
let's say. So you cannot knight it. So e d5.
We're not winning.
That's so bad for. Now my bishop is,
No.
They are playable, at least. Not as previous position.
Yeah, at least the position is open.
e5 in this position.
Yes. Bishop e7, okay.
e6, something like this.
Yes, interesting idea. Yes, e6. Okay, I must take what to do. I must take. And what you play, you take, yeah? It's interesting also, because c take d4, it's queen c7.
Can I go c4?
c4, yeah, maybe c4. Rook e1.
You must at rook e1.
Hold on, rook takes h6, a move also to consider.
Rook takes h6.
I just need to consider that.
Queen g6, king h8, queen takes h6.
But as I want to bishop h3. Or no,
I want some pieces to.
But how you win? Okay, let's check this.
It's not gonna be on the board, but let's have some fun.
Take, check.
By the way, rook h6 taking is not necessary. There's knight f6, and my rook is out of play. But okay.
But how you win this? I don't see. But maybe.
Hold on, my bishop can come to e6 from h3.
Yes, but I will play rook e6. I have option. Defending option.
Rook a6.
Yeah, rook a6.
Yeah.
So I will give this rook.
Yeah, maybe I don't have.
Hold the position.
Maybe my pieces are too far away.
Also, I have this rook f6 move.
Yeah.
So you have only
draw. It seems like
draw,
it seems like a draw.
So,
but a funny variation.
But maybe you can play in other. Yes, no, come back, please. Yes, maybe.
Rook c1 or no?
Here, rook e1. Okay, bishop f6. Yes, something. Why am I worse here? Yes.
Unless white can do something immediately.
Yes, because
black will have strong pawns.
Positionally, I'm okay. Black, I mean, I can also play this rook, maybe not rook e6 here. Okay.
No, it feels like the initiative vanishes.
Yeah. It's better than pawn on c7 instead on c4.
Yes, you see.
Yeah, but I don't know. I have some experience in Caro-Kann. In this, I wouldn't even I would make sure that f5, f6 is not an option after this, and and I would just go for it.
But
if I can,
we don't visible on the board, yeah.
This board
Yes,
is
yes.
visible, yeah.
Yep.
So I would just block it. I would just go e5 and
it's good.
c5, and just if I prevent f5, I can play forever. I can do. I can play this position e5, bishop e7 only move, and
C5, yeah,
and
yes.
f6 doesn't
I
work.
like you. Yes, this is Karokam from Karokam.com.
I'm gonna give you some computer move. Computer plays bishop a6
We
because
can maybe show for
bishop
spectators
a6.
opening. Yeah.
It's really funny. Computer suggests bishop a6, rook e1, queen e8, b3. I don't know why, but okay.
Don't steal
And then bishop goes somewhere, b3. Bishop
so
e8,
we start-
rook e3. I have no clue. Bishop c7. That's his variation. Oh, now it changed. It changed the mind. No, it's still there. And then bishop f1. It's not exchanging. Nope.
Yeah.
You have bishop b7.
No,
It's just
who can say that computer is better human? Yeah. Who can say
no.
that?
Clearly, we have to keep that guy on b7.
It's funny. Yes.
So no, I think I should go for it and then put rook on e1, and if black doesn't play f6, white has advantage. So I would really analyze this g5 move here.
Yeah, G5 is nice. But if I for example, how
But
can I
Yifan
will block
played
you
one
in,
time this move, so maybe she will play this again, yeah?
Yes, he can.
Yeah,
she can,
in
she
most
can.
games they have these moves.
But okay, if I come to, I must put one knight on h5 and second one on g4, and will be winning. But how? This is the most problem with chess.
Okay,
I
I'm
start,
going
for example,
rook f1. No?
Yeah.
Just
Knight
to-
f1, e3, g4, something like
maybe,
this.
Oh, hold on. There's g4.
No, come, please. Maybe I start with queen d1. Queen d1 I want to play.
Okay, and what is
Against-
your idea?
Idea I explain. h3 maybe, knight h2 maybe. I will see.
But why
I will
queen
go-
d1?
Why
queen d1?
I want to put queen
h5?
something.
Okay,
h3
bishop
maybe.
goes
Bishop
here.
second, rook e1.
Actually, white can even give. G4 needs
but
to
for
become.
knight h4 I have still.
Yeah, but h5. I don't know what's going on.
My
here.
knight is out of
So
play.
computer
No,
says you
good,
just
not
go
good.
h3.
We saw
H3,
this
so okay,
knight
first
also
h3
on
is my idea.
h4.
Yeah.
h3 and after I
King
will-
g7.
So maybe knight h2 maybe no. Okay, but
Yeah, I would really like to prevent this.
yeah. So rook
f5.
e1. Yeah,
Rook
let's say
f3
rook
e1.
But maybe rook e1.
Let's say I don't know. I don't want to play for black. So you play for black.
Okay, rook h8. Rook h8.
Rook h8.
Queen g8. You know, like deep
Oh.
style. You know, deep style.
Rubinstein
Rubinstein,
maneuver, but from the other
No,
side.
but maybe have some option. Put knight on g6. You know, maybe some. I don't know. Some
Okay.
defend.
So we need some regrouping for white. Yeah. Maybe computer rook e3 is not that bad, keeping option of doubling and maybe moving it on third
So
rank.
we must prepare against if2, if4. Yes, if2, if4 is principal idea of white.
Yeah.
Breakthrough, I mean, in this position.
Yeah.
Because if we allow f4, f5,
Yeah.
resign. So how to?
h5. Let's go.
I don't like this move.
Me too, but we have to do something.
maybe knight
h2, yeah.
Knight going to g6 first. Wait. In front of knight f8.
Yeah.
Let's start.
Okay.
Also, this is preparing f6. You move.
Knight h2, for
Knight
example,
h2,
same.
knight
G6.
knight g6. Let's stay like this. Yes, and after bishop,
Queen
we put.
h5. We cannot play queen h5, yeah, no.
We have time, yes.
But if queen d1 h5.
Okay, this bishop is out of play.
Yes,
I want to
bishop-
maneuver it.
bishop
so
F6.
Why
probably
did
you
we
would
play
Bishop
exchange.
f6,
F3?
yes, thank you. I want to
So
take.
let's exchange.
Thank
and now
you.
I can play rook f1 because I didn't have that
Okay.
option.
So now if you play e4, I must take and come in with bishop h4 and knight e7, something like, if you have time. So, but how to do this?
No, but I would just evaluate this position. White is
Wow,
better.
it's really better.
White is playing for a win. Unless black plays this f6 and e5, which I'm pretty sure white can prevent, white will have lasting positional advantage.
But as maybe you're right. Is h5, h4
h5.
first? No, before maybe something. Can we do this before? No, h4 here, fine. h5 here, h5,
Bishop d3.
h4. Let's say.
Oh,
Well, I want to prevent f4. What?
takes.
If take? Are you sure?
Well, I'm just making fun of your bishop.
Okay,
I just laugh at the bishop.
Wait,
I don't know what's going on. Then I prepare f4 maybe, or I didn't.
think it's draw.
Or king g2, and
King
then
G2.
knight to
Yes,
g4,
I
and then knights. No, with the knights, It's funny. The bishops are really funny. Okay, it will go to a6.
But maybe I will give you this pawn. No, I will.
No, I'm just gonna put my knight to f6 and sacrifice.
Yes.
It
So
looks.
Why
It looks. Yeah.
No, it looks
But
strange.
why white played rook e3? What was the idea? Maybe.
Rook e3.
Yeah.
Maybe
Just improving the rook.
Maybe better queen d1, queen h5 to stop this.
Yeah, if we can stop, I would be really happy if we can do that. But black can play h5 at any moment now, but I'm not afraid of that. I think Mariya should go for it. Once you realize that f6 is not a good move here,
she is thinking.
she's thinking hard.
Yes, no other option is.
What else could she be calculating? Well, rook fe1, that's all I can think of.
She preferred to play opening position in front of.
Yeah, that's
This is true. She's playing most open. Yeah.
more open,
More open
active
games,
play,
yeah.
but you know, sometimes position demands and you have to do what the position demands.
Especially in the final match, yeah.
Yeah. But what do you think in general about this opening and preparation? Who should be
Oh, it's
satisfied?
good. Opening is okay. It's I think it's.
Nobody prepared, so.
It's a problem.
Move 7, did you know move 7 novelty?
move 7 novelty, uh-huh.
A5 was never played before on move 7.
Move 7 here. Can you?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, it's not very okay. It's the system is Romanician team Mariya played.
Yeah, I was
This
just
you mean
complaining
this
that I had
A5.
really bad experience with Romanician. With
yeah,
black,
okay.
I won, but it was really unpleasant. So A5, it was in my database.
She pushed e5.
E5.
Okay, good, so good. No, but important for what is important for Mariya to break this. You know, a third match and who never lose the one single game. If Mariya win
Fourth match,
single
no,
game,
three times champion, but yeah, okay.
He won by +3, +4 against Oleksiyenko, and now she's leading +2, yeah. So the main task to break this, to win one single game, and after everything is possible. It should be principle
It's like
idea
in
from the
football.
beginning of match.
It's like in football, when you're losing 2-0, you don't have to think, oh, I need three. No, you just have to do one goal, and anything can happen after that.
But you should do this from starting of match, not from finish of the match. You know. This is the point, and this is a very important psychological point from my point of view.
Yeah, I would just evaluate
okay,
this.
She played, yes? E5,
yeah,
C5.
E5,
Okay, this is
yeah.
logical.
Yeah.
I would
And
evaluate
C5.
black is very solid but passive, and white has long-term advantage due to space in the center. So, yeah, I don't think that she's gonna play G5.
Can you?
But maybe
She can
G5
bet
king.
on G4. She is playing or not? No, but it's logical. You know,
What else? If
there are some
you're
logic.
not playing G5, what do? You put the bishop on A6, right? Maybe rook on E8, knight on F8, and
But
just
this-
waiting.
For checkmate?
I will bring my
Just-
knight on the G4 somewhere,
know.
or the E4 even better, H5, second one, and the E4, E5, and I will break the position,
Yeah.
black position. I mean. And
Maybe she's gonna go G5. By the way, another Caro-Kann idea. There's
Yeah.
a line where
it's French, so, mostly I think French idea.
French, but there's a variation for black in Caro-Kann. I mean E5, bishop F5. Black plays just H6 and G5. Just on
Yes,
the
yes,
key.
there are,
And
yes.
then bishop to
Yes.
G7, knight
Very
there.
popular, yes.
And it's
Nowadays,
yeah, and it's not bad at all.
But bishop is on e7 in this position.
Yeah, it's not
and
on
it's a
G7.
difference.
G7 much better, of course. If you
And
have
after
bishop-
G5, the reason G5 is not bad at all is because black always has C5 and F6 to blow up the center. Here black doesn't have that option, so, and no targets here, so I don't think, I'm not gonna bet, but she doesn't even look in that direction. I think she would play bishop A6, and then, yeah, maybe,
Rook
see.
e1.
yeah. No, it's really unpleasant here, really unpleasant.
Okay, one.
But I would like to point out, if black manages to play f5 and then let's say put g5, black's gonna be more or less fine.
Also, I have this, Staunton idea with bishop going to throw e8 to h5.
But white should take, of course.
Yeah, in this case
Because
f5 is
pawn
not
only
good
sits this
because
weak.
takes, and you either lose control over e5 square or lose a pawn.
You must take with bishop, rook e1,
And
let's
then
say
it's-
rook e1, rook e8, bishop h3, knight e8, but it's positionally...
No, bishop h6, e5 is not an option because takes on d7, takes on e5, winning a pawn, and ends the game. So f5,
knight
but
e5,
but white has to be careful about that, because if black plays f5 and white doesn't do anything about it, it's going to be, unless white has a pawn on h5, maybe that's a difference. But normally on f5 or f6 you have to take. So that's why I wanted my rook on e3, just to double the rooks immediately. You play f5, I take on f6, double put pressure.
Yes, rook e3 is a good idea.
It's not mine, it's Commodo's, but okay.
You prefer Komodo, yeah?
In this position,
In
yes.
China, I like in China.
Depending on the position.
So yes, Komodo is more cross position.
In open position, stockfish, but in positional maneuvering, Komodo is supposedly better. So, yeah, I think we have, unless there's going to be f6 or f5 with big advantage for white, we're going to see a long struggle here. So maybe we should go for a break. Our guest, Alexander Sulipa, Grandmaster from Lviv, coach of Ukrainian men national team. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Lviv, with ancient architecture and magnificent atmosphere, a European city with Ukrainian soul, where everyone drinks coffee, savors chocolate, and plays chess.
Chess capital of Ukraine, the city of Lviv hosts the FIDE Women's World Chess Championship match this spring from 1st till 18th of March. Mariya Muzychuk from Ukraine and Yifan from China will come together in a duel for the title of Women's World Chess Champion.
18 days, 10 games, impressive chess battles and uncompromising fight.
Witness the birth of the next chess queen in the city of Lviv.
What would be cool to have in your company? Let's ask our ladies.
Have my lunch in the park. Have a relaxing massage. Bend and acquire.
Looking for your IT partner? Symphony Solutions. Cool to work for, cool to work with.
Мріяти – загальновідома формула успіху. Мріяти і діяти – формула, якою керуються перші. Прагни першості.
I've always wanted to introduce them. Classic style, elegance, sense of rhythm, slow tempo, tart flavor. They've so much in common. Scent of rain and flavor of sweets. They know how to surprise day and night. Being with them makes me feel cozy. Which one of them do I love more?
Lviv is worth meeting.
Не боятися падінь. Загальновідома формула успіху. Мати силу встояти. Формула, якою керуються перші. Прагни першості.
What would be cool to have in your company? Let's ask our ladies.
Chat with my colleague at the fireplace. Morning yoga classes.
To have my coffee served.
Looking for your IT partner? Symphony Solutions. Cool to work for, cool to work with.
Welcome back, our dear viewers. We're back online from Lviv, Ukraine, where we have game number 8 between reigning champion Muzychuk Mariya and Yifan. Our guest is Margeir Pettersson from Iceland, Grandmaster, of course. And we left just a few moves ago, where Mariya closed the center. I think it was a wise decision.
C5 move, yeah.
When your opponent has 2 bishops, it makes sense to close the center. So g5, f6 and g5, I think these were 2 more or less active plans for blacks, but f6 was not an option. It was either losing control over e5 square or losing the pawn. So we have a winner, and it's g5. g5, h3, preventing g4. And king g7, and Mariya plays quickly rook fe1. That's exactly what we've been analyzing with Alexander Sulipa a few minutes ago. What do you think, Margeir, about this position?
Well, I was a bit surprised how the challenger handled the opening with black. She played rather aggressively, and I kind of like this game for Mariya, because it's going to be a long game. It's not a bad position if she has to go all out for a win. So and this is not going to be dead draw anytime soon.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
so
That's really a precise evaluation, I would say. Yeah.
But I was actually I was thinking after g5, which well, black played g5, as you pointed out. She didn't want to wait for being slowly squeezed. So, but I thought maybe Mariya would have played here bishop h3.
Interesting.
And what is your idea?
My idea is to take on e6. It's a threat. Just take on yeah. So I think
King
she would
G7,
king g7 or queen e8. Well, bishop g4 now.
And you put the bishop to h5, yeah? That's
I put the bishop. Yeah, but now my plan is to play king g2, rook h1.
Yeah.
It was another way to.
Interesting.
And push h4, right?
Interesting.
Yeah, push h4.
Very interesting. Let me ask you this: is this bishop e6 really a huge threat? Let's say I go h5. I'm not using engine right now. I'm just wondering f5.
So I will take.
Yes.
Take on e6.
Takes on e6. Takes. Check.
Yeah.
King moves. Which one? I'm afraid you might be having only one piece in the attack. Maybe I can handle it.
Yeah, maybe not. Okay, take. Check.
Take on h5.
h5. Yes.
But
Okay.
king
King g7.
So
Yeah, I think if black doesn't play h5, white succeeds in putting the bishop on h5. Black is just in big trouble. But maybe black is doing fine here.
If h4 here, what do you do?
h4.
I think I have to do it too.
Rook h8.
Or maybe queen e8 might be better.
Queen e8.
Queen e8 and maybe put it on g6. I may assume queen g4. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
queen
g4, yes.
queen g6.
Maybe queen
h5.
g6.
Queen h6, yeah.
Queen g6. Yeah, I just.
What do you want to do? Queen g6.
Queen g6. Yeah.
Queen g6.
Yeah, okay, I see. You just want to play queen.
I think
f5.
I mobilized a little bit there.
Yeah, but I got a lot of pawns, and
Yes,
your
3
bishop
pawns.
on a6 is.
But it's
it's
we
bad
should
meat.
agree that it's risky also for white now, right? With
Yeah. We will. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
By the way, I found a nice maneuver for my bishop, bishop a6 and bishop d3.
Oh yeah. Then
And
you're
somewhere
coming-
there.
Yeah. That shouldn't be allowed. Yeah, but this is. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe we can
it's
consult.
It's 3 pawns. It's 3 pawns.
Maybe we can consult the engine. Bishop takes, queen, king moves.
This is just a draw. It
It needs some time to realize, but maybe we can take this pawn. And it says no. So far it gives zeros, giving the perpetual.
Okay, yeah, I see.
But okay, it's very interesting idea, bishop h3 and g4, then bishop h5.
Yeah, if white were to succeed with this blocking, yes, but I'm pretty sure Yifan would go h5.
If she played g5, she will play h5.
Yeah, it must have been the plan. Yeah.
So h3 was played, king g7 and rook f2 e1. I think it's a really good idea because to move rook to e1, first of all, we prevent f6 or f5, putting the pressure, hypothetical pressure on pawn on e6. And if black continues with, let's say we analyze rook h8, knight f8, maneuvering the pieces to the king side, I think rook e3 might be not the best move, bishop f1 immediately, and I want to put my bishop on d3, putting some pressure on that diagonal. And if black exchanges, I realized that we are making fun of a computer. He was, at some point in the analysis, computer would go bishop a6, attacking the rook. Rook moves. It was Komodo's or Stockfish suggestion, not a very big depth. White goes bishop f1, and computer goes back to b7 with the that's just wrong. But I realized what was his. At least I found a reason, because after white squared bishop disappear, white puts the queen on d3, and black always has to control the a6 square with the rook. Because if the queen goes there,
with a double attack,
so and queen on d3 would be shooting in both sides, and that would be really unpleasant. So he says, no, I'll better keep the bishop, which, well, it's objectively shouldn't be good.
Consistent.
You don't have space. You have to exchange pieces. So
also knight on b3. It's tying up a heavy black piece. Also,
exactly.
It's something to think about.
Yeah. By the way, computer plays b3, but just which I consider to be silly. You may use that square at some point, and b3 is never a good option for black here. So why would you play b3? A computer played b3 at some point, which I consider to be a positional mistake. And you may need that tempo in some hypothetical endgame where you can make Zugzwang to your opponent. So pawns don't go back. So b3, it's not a good move.
Okay, maybe sometimes it's possible after bishop a6, rook b8, b3, rook b4. But
yeah, if black really prepares that, if the rook will
but it's
penetrate.
better maybe knight b3 to attack the pawn on a5, something like this.
Yeah, it's good to keep that in hand.
So let us consider, let's assume black is just standing there. Like
if rook h8, for example.
So rook h8, queen somewhere, just black is doing something there. What is white's plan? How would you regroup the pieces? Because I'm not 100% sure what.
Well, first, as you pointed out, like it's bishop f1. So
right now, after rook h8. What you mean in the future?
In the future. Let us assume it's really important in these closed positions to have a really long-term plan. For that purpose, I would suggest that we go back and forth with black with the rook. And what do we do with white if we have 5 moves at our disposal?
5 moves?
Yeah.
So I guess we would play, first of all, probably we put the bishop on d3.
Okay.
Because changing the white squared bishop, it's not the end of black's trouble.
Exactly.
So
it's the tip of the iceberg, I would say.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, because the bishop on a6 for black would be active, controlling some squares. We will exchange it eventually. So
you're gonna play. Okay, we're gonna play 5. Give me 5 moves.
Yes, but don't take my pieces, please. Just
okay. I'm not gonna play knight takes g5 and all that.
And don't make checkmate.
No. So we will play bishop f1 to d3.
Okay, let's put it. Let's say bishop f1, and black is doing some move like queen c7. Let's do nothing. Let's do and without.
Let's do good move.
Good move. Okay. I don't see one. In that position,
queen
all
G8.
good. Queen G8. Okay.
Yes, maybe.
Queen G8.
Bishop D3.
Bishop D3.
Okay.
I want to play
bishop D8. I play bishop D8. No, the point is just what if black doing nothing. I give you moves.
Give me moves. Okay, king G2.
King G2. Okay. Bishop back to E7. Just doing nothing. Silly moves.
Now we will probably play. Okay, we're gonna put. We want to have our rooks on E1 and F1 probably in this position. We want to we want to prepare.
So your plan,
F4.
sorry, your plan is F4 in this position
well,
eventually, yeah?
It's well, it's just because I don't really see another plan. But then, how do you want to take back? Maybe with a knight. Then you have to regroup.
Yeah. What do we do with the knight on D2? Do we keep it on B3, putting pressure there, or do we maneuver it to H2, E3, someplace there? Because I'm not convinced. And knight on F3 also gotta go somewhere.
Yes. First of all, I think we should think about this knight on F3. Because we can.
So, because I don't have a clear setup in my mind. Well, it's not. It's pleasant position for white, but it's not easy to find an improvement.
How to break through.
Maybe knight goes to E3.
Yeah, or.
But black is gonna play H5 anyway at some point, so it's not clear to me.
So we can play rook e3, yeah?
Rook e3, I like that move.
And rook f1, your idea.
Yeah, this is one way. Yeah, but maybe you want e3 for a knight.
Maybe
you want e3 for a knight.
It depends.
And the rook could be clumsy on.
It depends.
Yeah, so.
Not clear. It's not clear.
I need more than 5. We need more than 5.
Hold on.
Yes,
I have an idea.
Give us more moves.
Give us 10 moves.
I have an idea. What do you think about moving the white's king to the queen side? Just bam, 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 bam. Through. No, I'm not joking at all.
Do the same thing, actually.
Yes. And we need 4 moves, yeah?
Yeah, this is gonna be. We are in for a long Saturday night here in Lviv.
Yeah, the reason I mentioned moving the king is if white manages to stop f6, like black never has f6, and h5 g4 is never a threat, it means we have zillion moves at our disposal. And since our plan is to go f4, we might move, we will not need the king that close with the queens on the board. So I would suggest moving it somewhere to the queen side at some point. But I'm afraid this is all slightly off topic, because I think black would play bishop a6, exchange that bishop, and then move the queen to h7 and exchange that queen too, or at least put it on h7 diagonal. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
So rook h8 was played. I expect bishop f1, or maybe knight f1 first. Maybe knight f1 could be a possibility, but with the knight on e3 standing in the way of a rook, black can consider playing h5 and f6, and the knight on e3 might become a little bit misplaced. So maybe there's a point just to put it on b3. It's well placed there. Bishop f1, knight on b3, bishop on d3, king on g2. But I think black would exchange that white squared bishop and try to exchange queens, because without queens the king is not in trouble anymore.
Yes.
Maybe and basically black wants to exchange pieces. If it was up to black, he would want to exchange every single piece, just keeps the pawns and agree for a draw. So if it was up to black to decide. So black doesn't have space, so if I were black, I would exchange pieces there. But I would play bishop a6 for that reason, no? To take on f1.
Yeah, so we all agree that white has the chances.
Big chances, yeah. But and I would like to point out that at this moment it's really important to not let black have active counterplay. You should prevent f6 should never be on the table, or h5 g4 should never be on the table. It should be always a bad idea. First of all, it would put really big pressure on black. You know, you have no active plan. And secondly, if you can freeze that position on the king side, you will have lots of moves to improve your position. So Karpov would really play this position well, I think. He would just anticipate every single possible tiny idea and squeeze it in the beginning, and
yeah. So, but black might. Well, she played rook h8. So
yes.
I think she's gonna play h5 and knight f8 and knight g6. Maybe that could be her maneuver.
Yeah, that seems like the only way for black. So, after black has played h5, but it's okay, just to keep the options open, she might go g4, she might even go h4. It's
You mean black?
Black, yeah. So why?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea to keep some options for black. Otherwise, it's really hard to play this position if you don't have any active plan. With the pawns on h5 and g5, g4, h4, and f6 would be always on the table. But I think with the precise play, white can make sure that all of those moves are not good.
But in that setup, when black goes h5, then the critical plan for white would be to play f4. Seems to me. So now maybe
we are talking really long term for our viewers,
not,
like not 3 moves away, right?
Well, might be 3 moves away.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean, like bishop f1 here?
No, I'm talking about knight h2.
Immediately, okay.
Immediately.
Okay.
Well, it seems very logical to.
So if h5, we can push f4 immediately.
Well, I think we should look. We should.
We should consider that. We should consider that one.
But then f4 maybe. F4. We are threatening f5 here.
Yeah, I think it's apparently there are 2 ways to play this position for white. You can play really aggressively right now, or you can squeeze black by preventing any counterplay. So basically it depends on the type of player you are. White can afford doing this and that as well. You're threatening f5.
Yeah, I think I should think so. Yes. And also, but no, because I play f4 because black has a rather clear plan to play knight f8 to g6.
Yeah, but the thing is,
just go for his throat before he regroups.
Makes some, but I don't know. She played rook f to e1. Do you think she would change her plan? You don't play rook f e1 and then play f4, right? If you want to play f4, you do that with rook on f1, or at least when they kick you with bishop a6, you move it, right?
But maybe
I'm not saying it's a bad plan. I'm saying psychologically she might not go for it.
Maybe she had one plan, then she can change it.
That's also a very good skill if you have
she
it.
Has time
changing
to
plans when needed.
Yeah, I think it's more important than it's worse to play many plans at the same time. So
yeah, it's better stick to one
or change it.
Yeah,
you're absolutely it's logical. So, but it's always psychologically difficult to change your plan.
Yes, bishop f1. You are right. She played rook f1
Yeah,
with
bishop
idea
f1.
bishop f1.
So I think she came up with some sort of setup, at least the one we were discussing, when she. Oh, I think she came up with the setup when she played e5, maybe. But
yes.
okay, after g5 she spent 9 minutes on move h3, though it was really logical to play h3 because g4 was a serious threat at some point. And then once she played h3, she came up, okay, h3, rook e1, bishop f1, bishop d3, this is my setup. And then I'll see what she's doing, and then maybe I regroup.
No, but I think Mariya is
bishop
using her time very, very well.
Today, yeah.
Yeah.
What about bishop a6 in this position?
Yeah, again, I would say Hoifanyev wanted bishop a6. She would play it before white plays bishop f1, because having the rook on a6 is a little bit awkward.
But now we can exchange the bishops.
Okay, I would wait for the bishop to arrive to d3 then. Or take it on f1 immediately, or once it arrives to d3, that tempo might be useless, but at least psychologically that's the way it goes. So I think she would do some other move here, improving move like h5, and on bishop d3 she would go bishop a6 maybe. Bishop a6. Let's say I think we gotta take, and play. Oh, queen g8 she played. Yeah, that's.
We calculated this move.
That was my prediction. She's planning to go queen h7, and obviously if white plays bishop d3, she either exchanges.
It's my move, queen g8. It's it's what we were looking at before, long time ago. Yeah.
Also, queen g8 has 2 ideas. One, exchanging queens on h7, and second, there's a route for the king to the queen side.
Yeah,
I think she's gonna run with the king now.
and protecting e6 and protect. But she's not going to move the f pawn to open. No, she's not.
But basically, it's multifunctional move. Multifunctional move. Maybe queen will exchange. Maybe I think she's preparing the queen maneuver. Bishop d3, king f8. King just runs to c7 for the next 4 moves, and then black at least not worrying about the king. It is a good idea. I predict king f7, king f8, king f8, yeah. Because f4, white will need 3 moves to prepare it. Knight should move, king should move, and then f4. And exactly 3 moves for black is needed to arrive to c7, and for the king to be more or less safe here. I think that's going to be on the board. I think that is going to be on the board. Yeah, she played bishop f1. She got to follow with bishop d3, right? Yeah. She can try queen g2, maybe waiting for bishop a6, or queen h7, but that bishop is going to d3.
Okay, so here white the only break for white here, it's f4.
I have another one.
You have another one?
Yep.
Okay.
Assuming the king arrives to c7, it feels to me that that's her plan. We put the knight on b3, queen on d2, and there always knight takes a5, queen takes b4 would be an idea. Then move the queen and try to squeeze the king with the pawns. So it might not feel safe even there. What do you think about that?
To sacrifice a piece to break through.
Yeah. Yes, but keep that option. So knight goes to b3, queen to d2, and black will always have to be because this is like typical piece sacrifice for 2 pawns in these structures. If those pawns starts moving, that's it. Those pawns will squeeze black. So that could be an idea for white. So I think she's planning knight on b3, bishop on d3, king on g2, and then she will think what to do with the rooks. Maybe she's also gonna run with the king to the queen side, or maybe anticipating the exchange of the queens, she would keep it there. Extremely difficult strategical fight here. But definitely white is better.
Yeah, and you can cancel your opera tickets for tonight. Seems to me. It's gonna be.
It's gonna be a long one.
It's gonna be a long night. Yeah.
Because I don't see like direct struggle with exchanging pieces immediately. It's gonna take 20 more moves.
Yeah.
And there's time control. So then. She's constantly doing that. You notice that, Vita, right?
Yes.
She's writing the
moves much later, when they are on the board.
Okay.
Is there a rule to regulate that? When I think you cannot make your move unless you've written down the previous one.
Yes.
So it's not necessarily you write it down immediately. And then not the first time Mariya makes a move, and Yifan is thinking, then writing her move down, and then thinking again. In this case, she did the same with her own move. Maybe do you think there could be some psychological aspect to that behavior? Because for me it's very unusual. I always like what's going on. Writing down the move, you know.
Yeah, it's a strange habit because you usually just make a move, you write it automatically and forget about it.
Yeah.
But then you have to. Then you don't do. If you don't do it immediately, then you have to. Then you have to think about it when you should write your move. Yeah, it's an additional task to perform.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it's rather. But people used to write their moves down before they played.
Yeah.
But this is not popular anymore.
No, it's forbidden now.
It's forbidden now?
Yeah.
Oh.
If you write down the move before it's being made on the board, you can get a warning and then you can lose the game.
Wow, chess is getting very tough and regulated these days. But this was recommended in some textbooks.
Yes.
Some famous Soviet trainers, Botvinnik, they were recommending it. It would reduce the chance of error.
Yeah, well, once you settle on the move, it's like very often when you settle on the move, when the click clock is already pressed, and suddenly you realize it's a blunder. It could happen when you just write it down and come down, but it's not allowed now. You can so just be careful in your
Yeah, you probably saved me from some losses. Thanks. Tony Miles, the late Tony Miles, he had a big watch which he put on his score sheet, and then he lifted the watch, wrote down his move before he made the move, and he also had a glass of milk. And
I read an article about him.
And he was always changing. And he was always changing the moves. His score sheets were very interesting because it was clear that some moves he changed his mind like 5 times.
Oh my God!
But he was very consistent at it. So he wrote down, and if he changed his mind, he crossed out the old move and wrote the new one. But his score sheets looked rather messy. So that's maybe another reason for this rule. But chess is all for arbiters now. It's not for the players.
Is that the same Tony Miles that beat Anatoly Karpov with e4, a6 for black?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
While Karpov being a champion.
Yeah, he was the champion.
He was the world champion, and Tony Miles, guy with like curly hair,
it was in
the glass of milk.
It was in Sweden in the European Team Championship 1980.
1980?
Yeah, it was the biggest humiliation Karpov ever suffered in chess. But anything can happen in chess. That's now nobody would be shocked. E4, G5, whatever.
I read an article on some chess website about Tony Miles by I think Gena Sosonko, and he wrote that once playing against Sosonko, Tony Miles played c4, e5, and he played queen c2, and like look at the open. I can do that, just queen c2. What? I'm gonna play queen c2. Why not?
Yeah, he was a very innovative player. Very innovative. It was a.
Yeah. Now it's forbidden to make not only to write the move. Maybe I'll save you from another losses. To write down the move, it's forbidden to do any other notes except moves and time. Okay. If you do any other notes, you can get a warning and then a loss. It happened to Wesley So. In Super Tournament, he was making notes. He was like some psychological notes, like something to cheer himself up. And there was 2 warnings from the arbiter. So the opponent complained, 2 warnings, and then there was a defeat.
Okay. He forfeited. Okay.
Yes, he forfeited. Yeah.
Wow.
Modern rules not allowed time spent on left on the clock or spent on the move, and the moves. That's it. No more.
You can write the time though.
Time. Yeah. The move and the time. That I specifically read those FIDE handbook rules just to make sure. Yeah, I'm not sure when they became valid. Maybe a couple of years, but recent rules.
So Mariya played rook e3 in this position.
Okay.
So probably she's aiming for that knight for b3.
Yeah, but this move is quite useful because in planning f4. But now, so how many moves does she need to play f4?
Yes.
1,
depending
2,
what she
3,
wants.
4. 4 preparatory moves: king move, knight move, bishop move, rook move to f1, and then we would be ready for f4. But then the rook on e3 can support the attack on the f file.
Yeah, and you pointed out quite well that the rook should be on the E and F file when you want to play F4. And that's the way to go.
That's the way to do it, yeah.
That's the way to. And with the rook on E3 and F1, you can always double them whichever direction you need. Yeah. The rook can go to G3 in case G file gets open, so really flexible rook setup here.
But maybe you will need rook on G1 on this open file G file.
Once it gets open.
Once
but with the rook on F1, you will have a possibility to take with the rook the F.
King F8. You read her thoughts. Misha, you read her thoughts.
Yes, today. All time.
Yeah. So now they're gonna go back and forth with the kings. Queen side, then.
I think so. So. We know the next 3 moves for black, unless white takes something or attacking. It's gonna be king going to c7. That's a perfect square for the king.
So knight b3, white should play.
But she gave out her. She revealed her hand in a way.
But I think that was the only way the king could have gotten there. The rook and the queen are in the way. The only way they are not in the way is when they are on h8 and g8, and she's not going to play g6 if she can play g5, right? So, by the way, the queen, if the bishops disappear, black's queen might go to g6. And if white takes, the f takes g, and black will control the f file. Actually, I maybe overestimated white's position. Black is very solid, and with correct maneuvering, black should be able to hold it. And if white pushes too hard, well...
Well, it's just the beginning of the game. It's just... okay, we fixed some pawns, and they're just...
Yeah.
It's like almost like an opening position. It's It's just the start of the struggle.
Technically speaking, we finished the development, but we are in the middle of it. We need to regroup those pieces. So,
yeah, well, white has a space advantage. In the center, the black pawn on b4 is very far advanced.
Mm-hmm.
So white should be. White should be quite happy with the opening position, with this position from the opening.
Yeah.
Well, it's taken how much? Taken 2 hours to get to this position,
and it's gonna take definitely more moves than we have to the finish. Huh.
So knight b3 maybe to use this weak pawn on e5 or not?
But I would really want to use the black. It's very often in chess when black plays h6 just to have the square for the king, white plays h3. Very often you copy your opponent's play.
Yeah.
In this case, it makes sense to play bishop d3, move the king to e2, rook to f1, and then the king.
You want to improve the king first of all?
Well, I don't know what else I can do. If black's king is on c7, I would have problems when the g file gets opened. I may keep my king on h2, but looks a little bit risky to me.
But what about your previous idea? Knight b3, queen d2, knight a5, rook takes b4,
well, I would
b3,
call it
something like
not.
this.
I would call it not a plan. It's just an option to keep in mind for white and for black.
I understand this.
So.
But I think it's very logical to keep the knight on b3. It ties up
the rook.
A rook or
because if the king was not on c7, it hypothetically could tie up only the bishop, and it could be well placed on c7. But with the king on c7, it ties up the whole rook, and not only it ties up, black always has to calculate the possibility of this this sacrifice. So I would move the knight to b3. Then bishop to d3, and then I would think what to do with my king.
Yes.
And with my rook on c1, it definitely should go someplace else.
In this kind of a position, it's important to let black have two things to worry about. So here, as you explain it, you should. One thing is this sack. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's a long shot, but you never know. Mm-hmm. And then the other thing is the break on the king side. Yeah. With f4.
It's like you need two weaknesses, and we got it. The one weakness is on a5, once we put some pressure on it. And second weakness is hypothetical space advantage, and the weaknesses with after g5 there are some squares weakened. So that's another one. By the way, computer's best move, knight b3. Yeah.
King e8, and then what?
I'm just computer says any move is good here because it doesn't think like 10 move plan here. So knight b3, king e8. Well, bishop d3, let's say I would play. King d8. Let's say king f1. I'm trying to stick to my plan. King c7 and king e2. Well, I'm a little bit worried that now f5 might be a possibility.
Yeah,
with my king in the center, e takes f, bishop takes, and my pieces might not be ready for this opening of the position. So maybe I can double rooks first. Maybe rook c to e1. Rooks instead of king e2, I can go rook c to e1, and then my king can go, and then I can use my rook someplace else.
Yeah, but I don't know.
You're not sure about this maneuver.
I'm not sure about this king's maneuver. Why is the king just
I don't like this.
on h1?
You
keep it safe on h1 or h2.
I'm afraid of the pawn on h5. If my king is on h1, pawn is on h5. There's always g4. With
and h4, for example, we can close also.
Knight to e1. Oh, we did not consider that move.
Knight to
Knight
it's want to go to d3 and sacrifice directly on. Maybe.
And therefore.
Well, not in this
And
second,
yes,
but
yes,
yes.
in the future.
Yeah, well, on d3 the knight is looking at f4, which is.
By the way, that was computer's idea, but the knight goes to g2 here. Just blocking the g file and preparing f4. On d3, I'm not sure what. Why do we need bishop f1 then? So it might be that Mariya has another idea here. But it feels to me that she has a clear picture of what to do. Like the moves come quickly and some logical maneuvering is here. So king e8, I guess, is gonna be on the board, and knight d3 or knight g2. Knight d3 looks more human. Knight g2 more computer. I don't know. Maybe knight g2 and f4 on next move. King d8 and f4, like to be really specific. King d8, let's say, and f4. And f4. Yeah, I'm threatening f5 if you take.
Bishop d3, rook f1, something like this.
Suddenly, yeah, maybe that's an idea. I'm gonna consult with the engine. Yeah, still the same evaluation, half a pawn in white's favor. Okay, so your prediction, Margeir, is we're gonna have a long struggle here.
Yeah, I should definitely think so. Yeah.
There's some small chance that after something like this, there could be like direct fight immediately, and okay, I think we can.
Change the guest.
Yeah. This is. I have to go and cancel my opera ticket.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Very
Thank you,
much.
Grandmaster. Grandmaster from Iceland or Lviv. Which one you prefer?
Yeah.
And here you go. We're gonna go for a maybe short break to invite our old new guest, I believe. We'll see you shortly.
Lviv, with ancient architecture and magnificent atmosphere, a European city with Ukrainian soul, where everyone drinks coffee, savors chocolate, and plays chess.
Chess capital of Ukraine, the city of Lviv, hosts the FIDE Women's World Chess Championship match this spring from 1st till 18th of March. Mariya Muzychuk from Ukraine and Yifan from China will come together in a duel for the title of Women's World Chess Champion.
18 days, 10 games, impressive chess battles and uncompromising fight.
Witness the birth of the next chess queen in the city of Lviv.
What would be cool to have in your company? Let's ask our ladies.
Have my lunch in the park. Have a relaxing massage.
Bend and acquire.
Looking for your IT partner? Symphony Solutions. Cool to work for, cool to work with.
Мріяти – загальновідома формула успіху. Мріяти і діяти – формула, якою керуються перші. Прагни першості.
I've always wanted to introduce them. Classic style, elegance, sense of rhythm, slow tempo, tart flavor. They've so much in common. Scent of rain and flavor of sweets. They know how to surprise day and night. Being with them makes me feel cozy. Which one of them do I love more?
Lviv is worth meeting.
Не боятися падінь. Загальновідома формула успіху. Мати силу встояти. Формула, якою керуються перші. Прагни першості.
What would be cool to have in your company? Let's ask our ladies.
Chat with my colleague at the fireplace.
Morning yoga classes.
To have my coffee served.
Looking for your IT partner? Symphony Solutions. Cool to work for, cool to work with.
Hello everybody again. We came back from our break and we have
Old guest.
Grandmaster Alexander Solipa,
coach of men
national
Ukrainian team. And we left off at move knight e1, I think.
Yeah.
And we were not sure in which direction that knight is going, but I think they both play quite fast and according to their plan. So what happened next? Knight e1, h5, knight g2, knight goes to g2 preparing f4, knight to g2, king goes to e8 according to black's plan, king to h2 to get away from the h file, from the g file, knight to f8, knight goes to g6 to improve the position, bishop to d3, and bishop to a6, exactly what I was anticipating. Black waited to play bishop a6
and then
to win that tempo, important or not. Only when the bishop goes to d3, then you exchange it. So bishop to a6 was played, f4. So white, well, maybe not entirely prepared for f4. Rook on c1 is still out of play, but that's definitely a way to go. That's definitely a plan. So bishop takes and queen takes. Interesting. So we were actually expecting the direct combat slightly later than move 25. We were expecting around move 40. So they would maneuver and maneuver. And now we already have something going on. Queen d3.
They still have a lot of time.
I don't think so. f5 is coming.
Yeah, f5, rook f1, rook f3. And
f5.
Yes.
Yeah, f5 is a huge threat. I think Ho would play queen g6 now.
Yes, only chance to change.
Or h7, but g6 looks more natural.
But
But the problem is f5 might be still possible.
But I take with queen, of course.
Okay, let's consider, because queen g6, it looks like to me, according to plan, black's king is much weaker, right? And the fewer pieces on the board, the bigger chances for black. So queen g6.
It's dangerous, I think, with pawn, because rook f1 something.
f5 could be immediately, or rook f1 first.
Okay, I change queen. I prefer to be safe. You know.
Queen takes, and rook f1.
Rook f1, knight e6.
Knight e6 and knight b3.
Knight b6. So what?
Oh, knight g7. You have a move.
Yes, but maybe.
I missed it.
But you play rook f3, knight e3 also. You know, maybe I can prepare.
I don't think Mariya would sacrifice a pawn. She has a good move at her disposal on queen g6, rook f1 first, right? The rook is misplaced on move 20. In case queen g6, I think rook f1 is decent move here. Just preparing f5.
Maybe not to change the, but you think after changing the queens, I change, for example, I take d3, for example.
Takes.
So I must put king on d7 and push
or
f6.
Maybe you have f5.
Yes, this is my idea.
Immediately,
Basic.
now f5, I
It's
mean.
my basic idea, because I don't want to stay, you know. F5, yes, why not?
f5 is worth considering here.
It's principle.
Yes,
it's
f5.
a principal plan for black.
If white doesn't take g4, we agree for a draw immediately.
Yeah, yeah.
But if e takes f6?
E takes f6, bishop takes. It might be a big problem. We need to be careful because white's pieces are much more.
Yeah, yes, can be
much more.
F takes, bishop takes.
There's f takes, there's
knight
f5,
f3,
there's knight
like this,
f3.
knight e5.
It looks too dangerous.
Ah, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I don't like this.
Knight f3, yes, good
Yeah.
idea.
Takes, knight
okay,
f3.
bishop f6 still.
Bishop f6.
Rook, I don't know, rook e3,
Maybe
yes.
Knight to f4, doubling rooks, it looks
knight
very,
f4, yes,
Yeah,
knight
knight
looks
f4.
very
f4.
dangerous. And
white
then
is better, white is
when
better
rook
here.
e3, knight d3, and then the g pawn can decide. No, so f5 too
yes,
risky.
dangerous. Yeah, you're right.
So what do black do? Black cannot let white have f5, right? Especially with queens on the
No,
board.
maybe queen go if through h7, maybe even. Or maybe some.
Yeah, but I don't see a difference, you know.
Sometimes
black
I
should take g takes, g takes. What do you think?
Okay, let's
To
consider that.
open. Yes, yes.
G
I
takes
mean.
f. Oh, and
Yeah.
if I take with the pawn,
Yes,
now you play
yes.
f5.
Ah,
Oh,
good idea.
idea.
But I
Hold
take
on,
with knight, of course.
Hold on. Maybe we
I
take.
take with knight here, or with rook. You want?
I'm not sure.
No, knight is okay for me.
I can take with the rook also.
Yes, rook
And then
also.
double, and then try doing
White
something.
is still better. Yeah?
White is here always better due to pawn. I can see eventually some problems if black plays f6 and the pawn on d4 becomes weak, but it's such a long shot, I don't think it's going to happen. And if anything, we put the knight on b3. So it looks like everywhere white has clear advantage here.
So queen take d3. Yes, this is the last position. So what we can be?
Yeah, if white
useful.
plays f5, that would be it. So this is the position on the board. Move 25. White took queen on d3. This is the position. But
Okay.
I just look at the position and it feels like all of white's pieces are more or less near the game, and black has all the pieces on back rank, you know.
Yes.
It looks disturbing. I'm gonna...
Yes, if you push f5.
If I push
But
f5,
it's not easy
f6...
for white to use it also.
King e7. I told you.
h7.
No, there's some idea, you know, the idea can be protect 7 range in one moment. It was for this reason I am, and also the square g6 can be useful for knight. It's for this reason just I thought this is maybe possible.
So if rook f1, for example,
Rook f1,
same.
yes. Now.
Oh, you mean that on good idea suggested by a computer. Queen g6,
Yes.
white is not forced to exchange queens. White can move it
Yes,
away,
yes,
and then
queen e2,
then
queen e2.
you're clearly your point. The knight has no square to go.
Yes, queen
Queen
e2.
e2, exactly. It's really strong move.
After
I think.
rook f1, rook e2.
And then rook
yes.
f1 preparing, and the knight
e5
is misplayed.
breaks row, yeah.
Yeah. So
Can be
that's why
dangerous.
she played queen h7. Really thorough
have
thing.
square
And
on
if white
g6
plays
for
queen
the
e2,
knight.
at least the knight has a place to go.
Yes, yes.
Interesting.
Interesting, yes. So
And now it's a key moment whether Mariya is gonna play for exchanging the queens or no. After rook f1, I think we have a transposition. I think black would take. I don't see any other option than taking on d3. So after rook f1, we have a transposition, but maybe there's a point to play queen e2 anyway.
Same, yeah, same idea
So
as
it's,
before.
I think it's a critical moment. Do you
Queen
keep the
e2.
queens?
I don't know, you know, it's difficult to say what is better. Yes, I think it's better to keep queen. But it should be concrete also calculation.
Yeah,
You
if
must
for
do
example king d7, something like
Okay,
this. Can
for
you
example,
try?
rook f1.
Rook f1, queen c2.
queen c2, sorry.
Always, no, hold on, the f7 pawn
Yes.
is under attack. Queen c2, f
So it
takes
can be
g,
dangerous.
and suddenly who knows what's going on. Queen b2, rook f7, queen d4, wow.
It's
But the
complicated.
problem is with that queen, it can go to c2 and really disturb white there. Maybe g takes f first and then queen c2, you know.
Maybe.
So complicated.
So come
But
back
we can
maybe.
play rook takes f4 maybe also.
So maybe not rook f1. Wait. We must push e5 a good moment. Maybe some rook f3 we cannot play. So what we can do? Not easy.
I'm just always checking h4 and g4 moves,
Yes,
you
yes.
know. h4 here, it's not a good idea, I think, because of g4.
Yes.
I go g4, and then I go knight f3 and force you to take
But
on
after
f4.
in this position, if black's moves, maybe you can play, because after g4 you have knight g6, e5 here.
Yeah.
Yes, I cannot.
So, but always white has to be careful, h4, g4.
So rook e1.
Rook f1, Mariya.
Yes, I think for this reason, because queen e2, nothing special.
Because queen c2 always coming.
This is more clear plan with e5 here.
Yeah, rook
but
f1.
Is it enough for win? I don't know. It's difficult to say.
Definitely enough for advantage. The question is, how much is this advantage? So now queen takes d3 is going to be played. That's why she played queen h7.
In any case, yes.
I have almost no doubt. So queen d3, rook
yes,
d3.
No doubt, yeah.
And
rook d3. What now?
f5 still a very unpleasant threat.
Maybe some block. So take knight take. Yeah.
Yeah. So how would you evaluate this position, Alexander?
Why stable advantage for white?
Can you explain to our viewers why?
Because the knight, the knight in this type of position can go to any case on the board. I mean, I have clear plan with e5. But also, I can plan. My plan can be also if take g5, and after attacking this f7 pawn. Slowly. I will come by my knights slowly. Also, you remember in any position, for example, if take g5, bishop takes g5 is a structure. I can push h4 later and g4, and each pawn also can be dangerous. Okay, in deep ending.
Yeah, yeah.
For this reason, white is better, and the problem how to keep pressure all time. So f5, okay, but after maybe I will wait just. Okay, but if you wait, you push f6. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So
I can push f6 and cut my position to.
No, if I play f5, f6,
yes,
I will
cut my position.
At some point, some sacrifice piece would
yes, some sacrifice on g5 or h4 and knight g5.
So f5, f6, black cannot let that happen.
So I must take on f5, and
I think
my
black
idea should be f6, of course.
Or just stand there. That's also another way to go. Since the position is very closed, you can try just standing, just doing nothing. If you protect everything and don't let white improve, that could also be an option. I would also like to point out that white is better here due to space advantage. There are pawns on e5 and c5. Due to the fact that pawn on a5 hypothetically is weak, always needs protection.
And the rook on a8 should protect always this
pawn on f7 is backward pawn. There's a weak square in front of it on f6. And well,
F6
yeah, that's
square,
more or less
F6
it. F6 square,
yes,
F7 pawn, and actually the whole rules apply. There are two weaknesses, and they are really far away from each other.
But where you see the second weakness, there are
A5. I'm saying A5
but
is a tiny weakness.
It's weakness. It's
if you can attack it.
It's a square. You can attack it, and the other side they cannot protect it. But here they can protect easily with rook, with bishop. So it's not.
No, but f7 pawn can be protected too, but that's a weakness, right?
Potentially can be. For example, if I change bishop with knight, and knight ending with knight on b3, yes, because you need to put knight on or king on e6. This can be, but it's temporary weakness. We can say it like this. Because in the rules of weaknesses, it's not true weakness. It can be. So
it's like tiny in the future.
That's right.
But we have two, right?
We must. Yeah,
white has two. If there was no, if we push the pawns someplace else that white cannot attack, then black would have really good chances.
Okay, maybe it's good because to open the bishop, but. Now what
I think black
pawn take is not good, so knight take or
so let's explain to our viewers. G takes f, we don't like f5.
No problems for black.
G takes f, black will play f5 for sure
and block the position.
And if white doesn't take, that's the position is too closed. And if white takes, bishop takes. Well, still white can play it. Knight f3, double rooks, but
difficult to win. I mean,
hold on, there's f5 to consider. f5, e5, and there's a check. Or we push e4 after d takes e, it comes with a check. If it wasn't a check, white would win, but it's a check.
So maybe it was better to play king h1 instead king h2.
Maybe. Yeah, good idea. Good idea.
How did she not see this one coming?
But I saw in Karpov he has a feeling, yes, where we put the king and rook also, which rook to put in d1. How they do this is difficult to explain. It's some feeling, some kind of intuition. It's practical intuition, we say.
Yeah. By the way, this g takes f. Black, I think black has to play f5. E takes f, bishop f. If f5 was working, maybe Mariya is making checking, because if suddenly white can move the pieces forward, black would be in big trouble. But it seems that if white doesn't play f5, black will have time to consolidate, I believe. Maybe white can... No, but with pawn, I don't like pawn on f4. I want to get rid of it. But...
No, but
maybe we can wait. F5 is not running away anywhere. Maybe we can prepare F5.
But if I play knife, somehow about king d7, or
like for example, knight f3, and then sacrifice f5, and then put another knight on f4, maybe.
If there are queens, if there are queens, you are right. But without queens, sacrifice pawn here.
Yeah, I think Mariya is evaluating this, because after g takes f...
Okay, I play rook e7 for example.
Maybe we were too quick with rejecting g takes f, because it heavily depends on this position. Can white put pressure here?
But I think hesitation between knight e4 or rook e4, not with pawn e4, I think. But we can ask later, you know.
So what do we have on the clock? We
can ask, but they will not answer.
Why?
As usual.
It's not a big secret after the game, I think. Usually chess players say what they suggested or whatever.
Yeah, it feels... now I take a closer look. The bishop is now a very powerful piece, and I don't like it.
Yes, the rook e7, for example, I just...
Okay,
e7, rook.
Yeah, rook e7.
To 7
yeah, once the knight is gone from b3.
I don't need this rook.
Yeah, I think black can hold this.
Yeah.
So g takes f.
So what do you play in practical game? I would ask. Knight or...
If I take with the knight, you go knight g6 and exchange one more piece. I don't like it.
But maybe you can avoid something. You
but if I want to go back, then maybe...
Maybe rook take, yes.
But knight g6 anyway. It might be just a transposition.
Yes, maybe.
Maybe knight takes, and if you go knight g6, I
rook
move
f3,
knight.
Double. You cannot double because you are bishop g5 after taking e4. Yeah.
But I was thinking to go back, and then... But I'm not sure what to do next. There's only one weakness on f7. It can be easily protected.
Maybe I can now move my king other side to g7, you know, to protect everything. Not now, but later. I mean.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Rook e7 or something.
I'm gonna consult with the engine.
Your friend?
Yes, my good buddy.
Difficult choice, yeah.
I'll give him a second. Knight it's a complicated position.
Or g takes f4.
What's computer decides so?
No. Yeah, it gives small advantage to white. To be honest, I was expecting more. 0.3 if knight takes.
Practically, we cannot use this weakness on f7. You know, it's easy to protect also. It's backward pawn, but very easy for black to protect. You can protect with other rook or a rook, h rook. Or so.
Now computer already gives equality no matter what white is doing.
Knight take, okay.
Knight takes.
So knight g6, yes, knight g6.
Or bishop
g6. Okay, automatically.
Human move.
Knight g6, yes. It's very closer to draw all time.
Computer likes the exchange on f6, but boy.
But
we will not break through them, no?
But I have one idea, wait, how to play this position. So maybe just put pawn on h4, some positional, maybe have some idea. Double on after of f line. King h3 and after to push g4. So
rook f3 right now?
Okay, let's say rook f3, you take. But no, rook f3 you take and bishop g5. I don't like this.
Yes, yes.
So maybe straight h4 even. I want to fix your weakness. I want to create other weakness. If you take, I take with rook. After rook coming here, maybe I push
You move
king
the knight
h3,
someplace.
g4, yeah, maybe knight.
I don't think black's going to take.
Yes.
Maybe I will put this knight on b3, but
Yeah, h4 seems like a good idea to fix that weakness.
h3,
And now look, rook
chances.
cannot move on h8, rook a8 also cannot move because knight b3.
Also, I have if you
king
put,
f8, knight g6, of course. If king d7, we can take and then rook f7.
No, it's not scary, rook f8.
But you know what is my idea here? If I have white to move, knight h3 and knight f3, knight g5. If okay, but if I can just do this because I afraid something taken maybe.
So black should take.
Okay, rook take for example. How you do the
take.
draw here? Because I have some ideas here. Okay, I find the plan. I will play this king h3 double maybe,
rooks, move
maybe
the knight and
on
g4.
And g4 maybe.
Knight
yeah.
h2 and g4 maybe.
Yes.
If you can.
If I can.
If
yeah.
h4 is not hanging here. In this position, white can even put the rook on f6. He would just sacrifice it at some point. Still, white would play for a win, you know?
Maybe I need to change one rook.
No, I don't like changing the knights. I don't like this one. I can see
but
that.
Maybe we can. So maybe we can do better. We play first knight come. Don't change. So please a few moves.
Come back.
Yeah, I don't think black has to change.
No, I don't check. I play, for example, I play not h4. I play for knight e2 with either h4. Oh, this is maybe or knight g2 for. It's not
so okay, so your idea is to play h4,
for example,
and then move the knights to f3, h3, and put the knight on g5, and put pressure, really big pressure on
knight
f7.
G5. Some idea.
Okay, so
but okay, I must follow also f6 plan against f6.
Okay, knight
easy,
knight g2, e2 doesn't
What
matter.
about h4? Something
but
like
h4
that.
is risky, you know. H4, you.
What did Mariya do? Mariya played knight b3. Too late. So she played knight to b3, just improving the knight.
But how she will win this? It's not easy now.
Maybe she doesn't want to win this game. She will make draw and she wants to win next 2 games.
This black is not easy.
Knight b3. So okay, what do black do? Is h4 ever a possibility here?
But
looks very risky to me to create the best pawn. On h4 maybe I can take on h4. You know?
I can play even bishop g5 with either bishop take e4, knight e7, knight e5, you know, here.
If you can play that, that would
Why
be
not?
perfect.
But bishop g5 is not true.
Bishop g5, okay.
Yes, I want to improve my pieces just.
Okay.
Because if you take g6, it's dead draw for me. I don't believe. Okay, maybe not dead draw. Rook f3.
Rook f3, rook f6. That's
Rook
too optimistic, no?
Yeah. I don't know. Yes, to me, maybe to.
Bishop knight to b3. I'm not sure about that move. The rook is still standing there. It's gonna go to a7 anyway.
But maybe you can play this here, knight g2 simply, and after my pawn is each.
But knight g2, h4 might be an option.
I broke everything. Yeah. Now is a good idea. Yeah. And you prepare f6. Yes, simply.
Maybe.
Rook f8, king d7, f6, and rook take f6, bishop t6.
Yes, the reason we wanted the knight to be on d2 to go to f3 and attack that bishop if needed. Yeah.
Very difficult now.
But okay, objectively speaking, computer gives equality, slight edge to white.
Okay,
but we are human beings. White is definitely better here. Black has at least so far no active counterplay, and white is playing for a win.
It means stable advantage for white. It's not maybe big or but small, but stable. You know, long term.
Yeah.
As we say it.
So what useful moves do black have? Bishop g5, rook a7, right? Maybe rook h7. But basically, what's the question? What if I just go rook h7, rook h8? What do you do? Like I'm just doing nothing.
Rook f3.
Okay, still standing.
Yes, not easy.
I put my rook on h7 and I just do nothing. What do you do?
Not easy to say.
So maybe you already h4, something like
but
this.
But my knight on b3 is not
knight
h3
and then come back. We have time for this.
Maybe, but okay.
Yeah, maybe in this position, if black doesn't have f6, white has all the time in the world.
But if I do this f6, how? For example, I will try to.
By the way, I have an idea. Once the knight, our knight from b3 leaves the, let's say, goes to the king side, black will play rook b8 with the idea b3 and rook b4.
Yeah,
So
bishop
maybe
f5
forcing us to go b3 and then
Bishop
phew,
g5, bishop g5.
the pawn on a5 is not a weakness anymore.
Yeah.
So
Bishop g5 is okay. It's natural. She won't take on e4 and the knight e7, knight g5. Yeah.
yeah, if white doesn't move the knight, bishop takes f4, g takes f4, knight e7, and we can agree for a draw.
Yeah.
So white will move that knight.
I think knight only moves by knight e2 or knight g2. What to do?
Hold on, let's calculate specifics. Knight takes.
You want to sacrifice?
I want to sacrifice something.
I know your ideas. You know.
So rook, I take and double rooks. What do you do? Rook a7, bishop e7. What
But
do you do?
it's better with maybe with bishop. If you have bishop on this d3 for example, it's very good. Can be.
Yeah, you just play rook a7. Yeah.
Rook f6. Okay, let's try. You know.
Oh, it looks too risky.
We can do everything.
Rook takes, and king e7.
And maybe, but okay.
F rook take g6.
And just again standing.
Rook f8, yeah, something.
I think
G7
black can be
and then
better.
rook takes a7.
Yeah.
No, it's too risky too, especially without the knight. If the knight was somewhere around, you know, maybe there's an idea rook f6 when I have knight on d3.
Yeah,
and then e takes
and
f knight
h4 also. You put pawn on h4 fixed.
But how do we put the knight on d3?
It's not easy.
a1, c2, e1, d3.
I will play b3. Yes. So
but black will for that time exchange rooks, so it's not gonna be an option. So knight takes g6, I think leads to
close to draw. Yeah.
Almost immediately to a draw.
So knight g2 or knight e2. Also. I don't see any other ideas here.
Hold on, can we take on g6 and double rooks and play h4?
Yes.
And then move the knight, and then prepare
e4,
somewhere, and then prepare
e4.
g4.
Oh, this is idea. But
But it's too little. Seems to me it's really tiny.
But why? Maybe have runs with g4 also. Maybe some. Okay, h4. Let's say h4.
h4, bishop d8.
Bishop d8. Aha, and you will.
My rook is free to go, and I'm gonna exchange whatever is exchangeable.
Yes.
We are still in time to put the knight on f4, but I don't think knight c1.
But in this time I will change all pieces. I think.
Maybe black can even play aggressively, rook g7, g5. Why not? You know. Now it seems to me it's not much. So she's.
Right.
I don't think she's gonna take.
You're right.
What else can white do? Knight g2, let's say. Yeah. We can
Knight
say.
g2. What to do? Yeah.
Knight g2. It seems that the advantage is really going down for white.
What do you think? You have some chances with white or not?
I'm thinking now that it looks good position for white, more space, everything, open a file, but it's difficult to use this. So maybe it was better for Mariya take on d5 after the opening in the middle of the game and try to use c7 weak pawn instead to go to this position.
It's as a position, if you take on d5, it's a completely other position.
Yes, it's another position.
You know, but the opening is difficult to say what is better after the game, especially. If you win, you say, "Well, I'm brilliantly."
No, because yes, I want to open the position.
You know, and sacrifice. But if you don't win or you lose, you know, you say, "Nah, I played ugly."
No, we never say this like this.
Have you ever heard Peter Swidler talking about his game? He always plays awfully. Awful game.
Okay, knight g2.
Awful game.
She played knight g2, yes?
No, she didn't play.
No, she's thinking.
So you say
thinking.
h4, yes? h4 is natural move because I want to play this h4.
If black doesn't play h4, white will
Yes.
double rooks, play h4, and maybe go back with the knight like you suggested to h3. Like really
So
long.
maybe my idea was better, is playing h4, you know?
Maybe.
It's knight g6 position.
Instead knight b3, do you mean?
Yes, yes.
But let me check. You're saying h4. Let's consider. Let's say I take.
You take.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of
Knight
him.
takes.
Let's say knight takes. Rook g3. Let's say.
Yes, some. Yes, yes.
You know, potentially I have a
No,
passed
rook
pawn,
g7,
but
Bishop d8.
Should say rook g7, for example. No, rook g7.
No, there's
F5,
knight
sorry.
F-
So you take on.
a knight f5 might not be a scary move. I can always sacrifice. You know, with my knights, they can just run to d6 or somewhere through e3.
Yes, maybe. Let's
Okay, I have moved knight f5 and rook a7.
Yeah. If knight f5, I'm gonna take.
Okay, let's say knight e5.
Let's
Okay, let's
we
try.
can do that
So
in
you
a
take. Knight e3, yes. Take.
Knight e3, but you have rook h5. I missed that move.
Yes, yes.
Knight e3, you have rook h5, and now you're threatening f4.
No, the main problem
No,
is
it's
your
not.
knight on b3. You see now?
Yeah, I don't
Knight
like
is
my
out
knight.
of play.
I want it on f4 or somewhere else. Yeah, it's out
If you
of
have
play.
knight on e4, yes. It's changed everything.
Yeah, no, that's too optimistic. But I think h4 is a very demanding move. You could never, if white can get the pawn for free, the passed pawn, and exchange some pieces, that could be a big chance for a win.
So let's continue. This g take h4. I have a knight.
Okay.
So knight take, rook g3, bishop d8. I just take on h4.
Okay.
Imagine.
Rook takes.
Rook takes and.
Can I take with the rook? Hold on, no, that's rook g8,
Yes, I
rook
think-
g7. I'm
yes,
losing.
yes, I
Sorry,
check.
no,
This is
no.
what I
So
have.
bishop
Bishop
takes.
takes.
Yeah.
Bishop takes. Yes. So I
Rook
play
g7.
rook g7.
Rook
now.
g7.
Rook h7.
Rook
Rook
e7.
7. He's gonna sacrifice on a5 at some point.
Yes, and I will bring my king knight in g4. How I can just do this, or I can?
Easily, I think.
Okay, very well. How?
No, but wait, what's black's next move?
King
King
f8.
f8.
Yes.
Oh, king f8.
No, but you play rook g4. Wait, it's good. After you can push.
No, we
down.
have. No, I
But
like
is-
this one.
This is better for white.
Maybe black should
Then
keep
rook
the knight
g8.
instead of bishop. What do you
How
think?
you say?
Maybe keep the knight, not exchange the knight, but
Maybe.
keep it.
But you can keep this.
Bishop takes h4 instead of knight takes.
Yes, this is also good.
To have some
I think this is a
f5
good idea.
outpost.
But you will have thickness or f6 in this case. No, here you can bring your king.
Yeah, this looks like a
somewhere.
pleasant advantage for white.
I have
If
other
king
idea.
f8 with double rooks,
I
what's
have
black's
other
next
idea,
move?
yes,
No,
I have other idea.
she
She
took on
took on
g6.
g6.
Oh no,
Not
it
good, not
feels
good.
like
Other position was better, yeah?
she did spend a lot of time. Maybe
Yeah,
she
maybe
wanted to keep it
because-
simple. 10 more moves to
Yes.
go.
But maybe.
10 minutes for 10
No,
moves.
computer appreciates knight g6, but
How she will win
But
after that.
practically.
No, I
cannot
think-
even bring my knight now.
I think her maybe, or let's say h4, bishop has to move
Okay,
to
the
d8,
H4.
h4, bishop d8, knight d2. Knight
Wait,
goes-
in which position?
Right here.
H4.
I think h4 could be her
Okay.
idea.
D8.
Bishop
rook
d8.
E6. Maybe we check.
Bishop
more
d8.
details. Rook this.
Let's say double rooks.
Rook E7. Yeah.
Rook is. No, I wanted my knight on f3
But how?
through d2, but you can exchange one pair of
Rook
rooks.
f2,
No, I will change
rook
that.
f2, knight d2, knight f1, knight d3. What?
And
I don't know.
no, I
Knight
still,
G2,
I still
knight
like my no, I
F4.
still like my idea. Knight c1, knight d3, and rook f6. Knight c1 here.
Yes, yes. It brings to my mind also. There's only one knight. Is rook e6. Yes, knight to d3. But maybe king go moving to c2 first. Oh.
But black
And
always
what
plays
is
g,
your
rook
idea?
g7,
King
g5.
F2, king f2. I play rook e7.
Rook f7 or rook f8.
Yes, g5 also. Rook g7, g5. Yes.
Maybe we just don't play fh4 so that black doesn't have exchanging pawns.
Okay, what about knight c1, knight d3, knight f4, something like this?
Okay, let's
Take
try.
these both.
Knight c1. Let's try.
Knight c1, rook g7 I was thinking.
Yes, and push g5.
Knight d3. I have some
Agreed
active
for draw,
control.
yes, G5.
Knight d3.
I was really now taken rook g4 also, you know. Who can be better?
Oops.
Yes.
Will
Pawn
you
on
protect
h4
the
is weak.
e6 with the king? Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
bishop. on the
Yes.
Yeah.
Incredible,
So
but
maybe
it's
we
not
don't
bishop
play.
there.
Maybe we don't play h4 to not let
Yes,
black
h4
have
is
this
not good
counterplay.
But how to play?
I don't know.
Knight e1 or
So
Can-
rook df3 we should play, I
Yes,
think,
yes.
to double
Let's
the
say rook
rooks.
df3. Yes. Rook a7 we considered.
rook e7? Yeah.
Rook a7.
So you must bring now you. Oh.
Can
You
we go knight
you
c1?
can go rook f2 and king moving to c2.
Rook
after
And-
f2.
And after h4 and maybe moving the knight. I don't know. It's too long maybe. It's too long.
Okay, but
Hold on. Let me ask you. Can I play knight c1? Let's consider the rook ending. I want
okay,
f6
take,
square.
take.
Let's say you take, which makes
Take,
lots of
take,
sense.
Rook
Takes.
rook e8.
Rook f8.
And what? How you win?
Ah, you
And
exchange
agreed to
both
draw.
rooks.
Yes, I change rook e7.
You exchange both rooks.
You agreed to draw. And
Ah, I thought I keep one rook on f6.
okay, what
No, no.
about
no, if you have rook e6, yes.
Still might be a draw, but
But how is draw? You play h4. Ah, yes. But the king e7 and g5.
if
yes.
we have to look
Some
into
chances,
it.
some
But
chances. There's some chances. Okay, rook f2. Let's say.
Hold on, maybe not rook f3, knight d2. Maybe we have.
Fast.
Immediately now, knight d2. The position on the board, we play knight d2.
Rook, when rook in
yeah,
and
I'm still want to consider rook ending. Knight d2.
This is a good idea.
When your rooks cannot win my
okay,
f-file.
Rook f8. I will change one.
I will not change it. I will play knight f3, I guess.
Knight f3. Okay. What do you want? Knight h4. Maybe you want. So you don't rook e7.
Why not to exchange and try to exchange?
I will play for win maybe.
Rook f3
she doubled the rooks.
Yeah.
No, I think it's still a tiny.
Oh, I keep it. You don't have time.
It looks like a tiny advantage for white. Rook d to f3, rook a7 played.
Rook e7, yes. How to win?
So your idea, rook 1 to f2, then king will go to c2 square.
B3, yes, and,
no, but I will play bishop d8, rook g7, g5, and g4, and get counterplay.
Draw. Same way. There's nothing changed my bringing king on. Also, not useful, I think.
Rook f6 is too risky here, right?
Yes, if you have. Okay, let's try what.
But she
no,
has 6 minutes.
If we take the e6 pawn, then yes, but.
But okay, later it will be more difficult, I think, even to sacrifice.
Mm-hmm. No, it looks
okay,
like.
Let's play king. No, let's play.
No?
I think we considered this one and didn't like
we
it.
calculated.
Knight a1, knight c2. Maybe. Okay, I try. Knight a1.
Let's say knight a1.
Knight
Okay.
a1. I want to bring my knight.
Okay.
To d3. Throw c2.
Okay.
You play something bishop d8, yes?
By the way, I have rook b7 if I want to
Rook
annoy
b7.
you. If I want to have some active play, I can even do.
b3.
Okay, knight c2. I love you. Sorry.
Knight c2.
Yes, I love you. Play b3. Yes.
Oh, I just keeping my options.
b3, I play back and rook take b3.
Yeah.
Check.
King g2.
King
Mariya
G2.
played king g2.
It's very too long. But how she want to win this position?
No, maybe she's just doing a move to get closer to the. Because black doesn't have rook h7 because rook f8 check. Black cannot move the rooks to. Black cannot exchange rooks at the moment. So.
Or knight d1, yeah, knight d3, very good. Knight c1, knight d3, and yeah, some idea in rook f6. Maybe. Why not?
So we're talking about if white manages to move the knight to d3. Let's say bishop d8. Let's say maybe not the best move. Bishop knight c1. Let's say rook g7. Rook g7, knight d3. We are talking that if black still.
But push g5 for you.
Yeah.
Let's say g5,
Yeah,
and I go rook f6, and the idea is if black takes, which black may not do, we take with the e pawn, and then we put our knight on e5, and well, I would say we have compensation. I'm not sure what's going on next, but this could be an idea to play for a win. If we have this, we have good, more than enough, but white is still playing for a win.
But still, it's very difficult to win. Rook h7, for example.
Yes, rook h7.
How you win this position?
I don't know. I don't know.
No, but I have one idea. Wait.
No, knight f3. Knight f3.
And bring king to e4 maybe.
And go to pawn in? No, pawn ending. No. So it could be an idea to do this. Black can prevent it, but it could be one of the ideas.
King to g5. After h4, preparing h4, g4, and going knight.
No, I think white would be happy to have this position.
Yes,
excellent knight, wonderful knight, and yeah,
Mariya,
still could be a draw, but.
Look nervous, yeah, a little bit, Mariya.
Yeah, she realizes that she still has the advantage, but maybe
she cannot use it.
Maybe it is really small. I'm gonna use the engine maybe one more time.
Yes, sacrifice in your engine. You will see the truth.
I don't think that you will sacrifice this time. Trouble.
Best move according to Komodo bishop d8 that I blamed to be a bad move. Ah, hold on. Black is sort of in a zugzwang. Take a look.
Yes.
Rook g8 is only rook from a7 cannot move. If the bishop moves to d8, knight is free to go to d3 square. But I would play rook g8 if I were black.
But bishop d8 also interesting move because bishop protects the pawn on a5.
Human move.
I'm guessing Ho's moves today. Rook g8. And
Yes, but the idea then maybe bishop d8, g5, she has more to push.
No,
the
she's just
pawn.
waiting, I think. I don't think she's gonna move any pawns unless very necessary, you know? She is just standing and saying,
What
have you got? I don't see anything.
Yeah.
White needs that knight. I think knight a1 is gonna be played. White needs that knight.
Only idea to sacrifice on f6. Yes, only idea. Knight e1.
But I would play rook b7 just to annoy black. Maybe white would have to play.
Knight is alright. I don't afraid your tricks.
Yeah. You're
Knight
not.
e1 and knight d3.
Yeah, once the knight is on d3, b3 is pointless.
Yeah.
Okay, we should consider d3, but it's not working.
b3?
Knight a1, rook takes b3, and rook b8. Oh, I have bishop d8 there. Maybe it's not the end of the world.
Okay, let's check b3.
We're having fun. B3, knight a1, rook b4. No, rook b4.
Rook takes b3.
Rook takes b3.
Maybe you take. Okay, you take on d4, of course.
I take on d4, and rook b8 is not winning.
Now I have some possibility. Maybe also rooks. It still is not clear, yeah?
I have no clue what's going on here.
It's not clear.
Just anything can happen. But with the knight on a1, I think I'm inclined to prefer black here.
Yes,
the knight is awful.
But okay, let's say I will play in a rook.
No, I think if white wants to maneuver the knight to d3, we don't need b3 square anymore. I think white can go knight a1, rook
And
b7, b3. The knight is going to d3, and still a draw.
Yes, not easy.
So if white is not doing anything, black's gonna go rook h8, rook g8.
b3.
Mariya is not taking a look.
Wait, but do you have this bishop d2, bishop d3?
Oh.
Can be possible also, you know, it's not clear. Okay, rook f6 also.
Oh, there's rook f6, rook e7.
Not clear.
Not clear. You don't want to have the rook on f6. I put my knight on c2, protect everything.
change
Move my king on d3, and your bishop is out of place.
Beautiful,
So
yes, not simple. No, we have no time.
no, it's not.
Rook f6.
We're not afraid of this. This is big advantage for white. King goes to d3. So I think white should aim. Oh, king f2.
What is this?
She's exchanging one pair
She
of
want to
rooks.
move to c2 square.
No, it's
She read
mistake.
your
It's mistake,
minds.
yes. But after you are changing the rook, I think it did draw. Rook e8.
Yeah, rook f8 is the right move. Takes,
Oh,
king
yeah.
e2,
You
king.
have no idea of sacrifice on f6?
Yeah, she played this.
No, that's a draw.
It did draw, okay.
That is a dead draw. And there's no way we can sacrifice on the a5. No way.
I don't understand.
No. No, maybe she just says, yeah, you did the draw. When white is not controlling the f file. No.
She's very serious and still thinking.
By the way, the king on g7 is well placed. I eavesdropped our commentators from Ukrainian team. We don't take on f8 because then king goes to g7. We go king e2, and then we take with the rook, and at least your king is out of play.
I take, okay.
You take rook f8, king e2, takes on f3, rook f3, and bishop d8. Yeah, and next move is rook f7.
And we agreed. I didn't believe in this position.
Yeah, that's it. Next move is bishop,
Very
rook
simple
f7,
play with
exchanging rooks and just standing.
You have any possibility to break the position? Yes, I think this game will not continue too long.
And the pawn ending is gonna be winning if we reach with the king to g5. Then it's winning.
Still with the tempo you must.
No, we have g4.
G4.
We have g4 or h4. Our king will go in. So the pawn ending is winning only if the king.
How will be g4? I take on h4 and king h6.
No, if my king is already on g5,
Okay.
I'm winning.
Okay,
If with pawn on h3.
h4.
If pawn on h4.
Okay, it's the pawn.
Depending on the queen side.
Queen side, yes. Okay, but
If the queen side is blocked and we have king on f4, king on h6, and we play h4, that's a draw. She went back to g2.
What is this? Very stupid. He wants h4 and g4. Oh, I have one idea. But okay, with double rooks.
No, she's asking her, are you willing to make an exchange?
Change h4 and g4 maybe, and king g3, king h3. Take
She's exchanging. It doesn't mean she's playing for a win. For our viewers, she just feels that without, she feels that rook on f1 is better than rook on g8. So I am exchanging it. F3 rook.
Okay, how you can win this position? It's very, very difficult. h4 and king g3, g4. I change the rooks and draw.
No, it is a drawback of these positions when the more than half of the board is completely paralyzed. There are really big drawing tendencies because the fewer pieces on the board, it is much harder to break through on one side of the board when the other side is completely paralyzed.
As for me, Mariya didn't choose very good plan after e5, c5 for white. She didn't know what to do.
Maybe she hurried with f4. Maybe she could have moved the king. Maybe she could have played. Maybe she should have kept the queens.
Yes,
but there are always. It's not even with computer. It's really hard to come up with the. It requires deep analysis to understand what was the correct plan and the move order. So if that would be a short draw, I would point out that it is really high-level game. I didn't see any mistakes.
Yeah, it was very good.
Maybe teeny tiny inaccuracies, just losing 0.2 of advantage, you know, something like that. And but so far it seems like it's just a dead draw. Rook f7, the rook's gonna get exchanged. Knight c1.
Okay, but the problem.
Rook f7.
No, rook
I can
f7.
skip the rook even if it's draw.
Yeah, it actually doesn't matter, yeah. But I think she played bishop d8 to play rook f7.
Yeah.
It makes sense. There's no way white's gonna break through.
Because it's the idea b3 sometimes, maybe rook b7. Maybe you play like b3, some
To try to win?
Try to win.
Yeah, but if you play b3, I put my knight on d3.
Yeah.
And then No, but I expect rook f7, and then black is just going back and forth. White plays g4, black exchanges. Hold on, can white hope to play g4, and if you exchange, I take with the king? Then I push h4, h5, and using zugzwangs, I'm pushing you to the queen side and win the e6 pawn.
Also d4 is weak.
If your bishop can escape.
Okay, but if g4, we can push h4.
Yeah, so for example, rook, let's say rook f7. Oh, takes, you just play g5 on the... no.
Yes, next move.
Next move is immediately g5. Okay, so I play, let's say I play h4. I play h4.
h4 here.
Yeah, I play, instead of taking, play h4. Let's say you take.
Why not g5 okay. Yes, I can. Okay, so let's say take, yes.
Take.
It's not technical.
Let's say black is doing nothing.
Yes.
Do we have any chance? King f7.
So
Let's say king f4.
I take king
Bishop
g7.
e7, knight. Where is this knight? Let's say you're just going back and forth. You're going back and forth with the bishop. Then I put my knight on f3. You're staying. I play king f3. You are staying. Okay, knight g5 check. You have to. No, you cannot take.
King takes, king g7,
Knight
g4.
but I will play king is
Knight g5. You have to, and my knight penetrates.
But king e7 I will play.
Okay, knight g5 check, king e7. What's your next move?
What about bishop takes g5? I don't
King
understand.
g5. And we have
King
b3 move.
g7?
We have b3 move.
b3.
That was my point. I keep my options.
Okay,
If you go king e7,
But now you have plan. Yeah, now
I have g4. I go g4.
Maybe you can wait also here. Because I have no moves here also.
If you move the bishop, my king arrives to g5. If you move your king, it seems like close to winning
position. Play
position.
g5.
Yes, of course. First,
Instead of rook f7, yeah.
So hypothetically, if black was doing nothing, we do have
some plan.
I'm not sure if winning, but really good plan of improvement. That's why she plays g5, so that white, maybe Mariya should have played h4, because after g5, these pawns will always react automatically.
But this pawn should be on h4 before, you remember. This was only one idea. Yes, now it's difficult. How you break the position?
Well, the problem is with these pawns, if at some point rooks disappear and I play h4, you play g4, my knight can come to f4 and eat everything. So that might be a problem. Let's say white goes knight d3. Do you exchange rooks?
Yes, if I'll exchange rooks.
For example.
Let's say takes, king somewhere.
But you can never play h4, this is the problem.
She played knight d3.
Okay, I have an idea. If you move the bishop, I take on b4, and my pawn can.
I saw this, yes. But you must hear.
So black cannot move the bishop from d8 or c7 because I take on b4,
So it can
and maybe there could be some
So
tsuksa.
h4. H4.
No, for white.
Wait, h4.
H4. Okay, let's paint a picture. Takes on
Take
h4.
on h4,
Takes.
Knight take
Bishop takes. Let's say bishop takes. Knight takes b4. A takes b4, a5, and pawn is promoting.
This is ideal.
Okay, so this is just an illustration. Black is not necessarily has to do that.
Okay,
If black waits, I take on g5 and put my knight on f4, and this actually could be winning already. Maybe takes, and king g6. Takes, king g6, but then could be zugzwangs. King g3, king f5, king f3. I do a triangle. What do you do? If you move the bishop to c7, I go knight f4. If you move there, king f5, king f3. These are not simple endgames, but this idea knight b4 without rooks only available.
But okay, it's better not to change maybe. Okay.
She didn't exchange.
I thought it's better not to change.
Yeah, okay, there's a rule, rook plus bishop is better than rook plus
course,
knight.
because
But when you're defending, it's so tempting to just simplify, but this could have been a problem for
But
black.
with two rooks is better because you have this rook f6 here sometimes.
Yeah.
I prefer
Now rook f6 is never
possible. Yeah.
Yeah, but this interesting idea, if the moment rooks disappear, the bishop cannot leave the d8 c7 square because of knight takes b4, and it means there could be zugzwangs in the f4 square. So maybe actually rook, let me check, I really wonder if rook f7 was in fact losing, because if so, it means black has really dangerous
But you must
position.
play some
Takes, h4.
You want to play some moves because not easy to say.
You know what computer's doing? After
Let's
h4, king e8, and now the king is in the triangle
Fantastic.
of...
Wait, g4. I can play g4 here. G4, Brexel, here.
Interesting. Oh, suddenly black has to do only moves. G takes h, bishop g5, and computer claims it to be a draw. Well, it's not no, it's literally only way. So when the rooks disappear, black has to be very careful.
It's draws.
Yeah, but she kept the rooks, and it makes some sense.
And Mariya pushed
the
g4
black can
after
at any moment black can.
Mariya played g4. Oh, it's wrong pawn completely.
Oh no, that's okay. Maybe.
But what maybe?
For draw.
Agreed for draw.
No, I mean, did she have any other? No, g4.
It's did draw now.
No, it's a dead draw.
Now she can exchange the rooks on the file, right?
Stupid, yeah?
No, it looks like a draw anyway, but what could possibly be her idea? Can she go rook f6 now?
Maybe
No.
king on b3 and I don't know.
No, I thought king on, but always you take on b4, I pin your knight.
It's fine. No,
There's no way.
So what do you think in general
Yeah,
about
that's-
this game?
Good game. I mean, there are. They should take. They should play like this today. Like today, all full matches. It will be much better, I think.
Nice,
The
Let's see
game is complicated, and they both merited only good words. Good words, I mean.
Really
Very
high level
I
game.
think
So
it's a
white had advantage throughout the whole game. It was bigger, smaller. White was pressing the whole game, but Yifan defended really well.
Yeah, she called.
I don't think at any moment she was seriously in trouble. She had unpleasant position, but not more than that.
And she finds this g5, you know. With
Yes,
the K
and
moves,
it's very interesting this idea. Rook h8, queen g8,
And
king
king
f8,
moves.
king e8.
That's
like in
beautiful.
Yes, maneuvers yes, to other.
To other side of the board.
Well, not only Nimzovich, Petrosan, of course, mostly.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Nimzovich book. Explain it first time.
You know, in this position, funny, white can just give up the knight, and that still would be a draw. I just give up the knight. How do you win this for black?
Yeah.
And put b3, of course. I play b3, yeah. But if white plays b3, white can just throw away the knight.
Yes, it's the draw. Yeah.
Maybe even a rook. No, rook. No, too much. Too much for a rook. There was a story that some two back in the day two grandmasters played, and somebody offers a draw, and the guy says no, and that says, and they have bishops. He takes off the bishop and says, you cannot even win here. He just throws away the bishop and says, it's still a draw, and then he agreed because it was like really close and the king couldn't penetrate.
It was Spassky, I think, yeah.
Well, I will have to check. I
think this Spassky was.
No, we're expecting. No active. So the only active idea that comes to mind is sacrificing on b4. For that, we need either a rook or a king on b3. If the king stands on b3, after knight takes b4, there's always going to be rook b7 pin, and black is winning. If white plays rook b3, knight d3, black can just rook b7 or maybe even ignore it. It depends on what's going on, but no active plan whatsoever.
But it's funny, if I give you the rook with white, you win this position. I put pawn b3 and the king
so it's Zugzwang. Zugzwang, no
I
moves.
Yeah,
I was thinking for a second about that you cannot, but Zugzwang, knight cannot let rook come to.
Yes,
I can play rook f4, something like that. Or what do you mean?
Take, and then Zugzwang, I throw away the pawn. Yeah,
because my bishop is coming.
But we can throw away a knight. For example, no. I thought to take on a5 and play b3, but then it's a problem. There might be a sacrifice on c5, you know, rook a5, sacrifice on c5. But yeah, we just can throw away a knight, play b3, and that's a draw.
I think.
Hold on. Sacrificing the knight, bishop on e5, playing d4, and moving the rook to d5. Too long? It seems too long to me. Okay, we're joking around here, of course.
Imagination.
Yeah, black cannot throw away pieces. White can.
So we find thinking about the rook f7 or what?
I don't know. Maybe.
Just making sure 2 moves to the time control.
To check everything.
Just rook. Yeah. She's gonna go from g7 to g8. She just made sure that there's nothing going on and she can go back and forth. Now I'm expecting a draw offer from Mariya after move 40 maybe. Yeah, she's not happy about that.
I hope she will make it in the last, not in the last 2 seconds like yesterday.
Move 40 past.
And come back, I think.
And immediately back to g7, yeah. Okay, rook f6 is never an option. Takes, rook a7, if anything, and white is losing. So the rook f6 idea works if there are 2 rooks on the board, that white can support that passed pawn. Yeah. Knight on d3, doubling the rooks, but I think black had time to make some exchanges, or g5 on the king side. No, it's gonna be a draw. White can try putting the knight on f5. What do you think about that? I put my knight on f5, and if you take, I take g takes f. You don't play g4, then I move my king to g4, and I probably win. Probably.
But how you win after?
I
imagine. What is the plan?
f6 and taking on g5.
f6, yes, f6. But if even f6.
So we're just again imagining white's knight going to f5. I'm pretty sure.
Let's try to show this.
Let's do this.
But you must.
Knight goes to
knight
e3.
d2?
Yes, knight
For
d2,
example,
rook g8. Let's see, knight f1.
Rook g7.
Is there any way that white can try to win
yes,
this?
But I have this.
And let's go knight. No, hold on. We need to prepare this one.
You must go by king.
Takes.
I think something happened.
No, we're not ready to.
King f2.
Yeah, all time I have just g4. Yes. And black win. After knight e5, take g4.
And are you forced to take? That's my question. I think you are, because my knight can...
D6.
So? You put the rook on G7. Oh, it might be Zugzwang. Might be a Zugzwang, yeah. So the only active idea that seems to be available is to put the knight to F5. Yeah, move forward as I went to coffee, water, tea, juice break. Yeah. And the only active idea, knight to F5, but after capture, if a pawn takes, there's always going to be a G4.
G4 and...
There's always going to be a G4.
Black is playing for to win.
Hold on. Yeah, no chances. I thought to put my king on F3 and then knight on F5, and if you take, my king is ready, but then you can pin my knight. Or no, if I go king F3, you give me check. You just give me check. No, so this one is just losing for white. Those pawns are not going. So the whole idea.
But if you have two rooks, it can be. You know,
it was two rooks.
Working sometimes. I mean, also it's 95.
Yeah. So exchanging a pair of rooks was.
Just mistake.
Maybe it's still a draw, but an inaccuracy. So, but do you think Mariya is gonna try to play this one a little bit or no?
Yes, I think she will try.
She would try something, but it should be a draw. Okay, so I see that players went for a break. Maybe we should do the same.
Thank you very much, Grandmaster Alexander Solipa.
Coach of national men team. Thanks for coming to us, and see you shortly.
Lviv, with ancient architecture and magnificent atmosphere, a European city with Ukrainian soul, where everyone drinks coffee, savors chocolate, and plays chess.
Chess capital of Ukraine, the city of Lviv, hosts the FIDE Women's World Chess Championship match this spring from 1st till 18th of March. Mariya Muzychuk from Ukraine and Yifan from China will come together in a duel for the title of Women's World Chess Champion.
18 days, 10 games, impressive chess battles and uncompromising fight.
Witness the birth of the next chess queen in the city of Lviv.
What would be cool to have in your company? Let's ask our ladies.
Have my lunch in the park. Have a relaxing massage.
Band and acquire.
Looking for your IT partner? Symphony Solutions. Cool to work for, cool to work with.
Мріяти – загальновідома формула успіху. Мріяти і діяти – формула, якою керуються перші. Прагни першості.
I've always wanted to introduce them. Classic style, elegance, sense of rhythm, slow tempo, tart flavor. They've so much in common. Scent of rain and flavor of sweets. They know how to surprise day and night. Being with them makes me feel cozy. Which one of them do I love more?
Lviv is worth meeting.
Не боятися падінь. Загальновідома формула успіху. Мати силу встояти. Формула, якою керуються перші. Прагни першості.
What would be cool to have in your company? Let's ask our ladies.
Chat with my colleague at the fireplace. Morning yoga classes.
To have my coffee served.
Looking for your IT partner? Symphony Solutions. Cool to work for, cool to work with.
Welcome back, our dear chess friends. We are at the end of game number 8 for World Women Chess Championship match between Mariya Muzychuk and Yifan. The score is 4.5 to 2.5. This position is a draw. Black just has to do nothing basically. And we're expecting a draw agreement very soon, several moves from now. And then the score would be 5-3, which means in the 2 remaining games, Yifan will need only 1 draw to become a new old world champion. And tomorrow we'll have a rest day. And the day after tomorrow would be around 9, in which Yifan would have white pieces and would be happy with a draw. And so move 41 is now on the board, king f2. I think black can easily exchange. Let's show the line that black can just go back and forth, or black can exchange rooks, it doesn't matter. So rook f7, takes. The only active idea for white is to sacrifice the knight on b4. So white moves away, black moves the king to the queen side. No, it's better queen side, yeah. And king e2, king d7, king e2, king d7, king d3, king c8, let's say, king c2, king b7. The problem is that white's knight cannot penetrate anywhere. Even if it comes to f5, black can ignore it or even take it. And now black is waiting, just any move with the bishop or anything. So knight to d3, bishop back. She played rook f7. She made sure it's a draw. Bishop d8. Bishop d8 takes on b4. Takes. And let's say black could have put the king on a6 and white wouldn't be... Black could have put the king there and give already check and play for a win here. But assuming black didn't do that, for some reason, king a3, king a6, yes, possible, king a3 and bishop c7, b4, and black can just wait because there's no b5, or even bishop a5 is funny, it's possible. Just put the bishop on a5, take on b4, and go from a7 to b7. There's no way white can penetrate. So the only active idea without, knight, bishop to a5 would be a nice move, and even this is possible. Takes, king b3, king a6. It's easily calculable on that level, king b7, king a5, king a7, and white just no way to move forward. So with rooks out, it's gonna be a draw, and Mariya just has to accept that today it's a draw, and that Yifan defended well. What could I give as a summary of this game? That white get advantage out of the opening, surprised, got pleasant position, and novelty on move 7 from Yifan, but definitely not a home preparation. White get pleasant risk-free advantage, try to convert it by maneuvering and pushing f4, but Ho defended really well. I really enjoyed this. I'm pretty sure when Ho played g5 on move, by the way, Ho played g5 twice in this game, which is funny. G5 when she played in the opening, it was move 15. On 15th move, when she played g5, it looks to me that at this point, when she played g5, she has seen all these maneuvers that happened in the game. King g7, rook h8, queen g8.
Yes, I think so.
And now we have a draw agreement. So very good maneuvering from Yifan, good maneuvering from Mariya Muzychuk, but I have a feeling there might be an improvement along the line. Maybe moving the king to the queen side, maybe maybe not putting the knight on b3 in the end game, as we have seen, maybe keeping more pieces on the board, playing h4 to prevent this king side from you see why the draw happened, because the king side is completely frozen as well as the other part of the board. If white plays h4 in that end game, at least the king side is not frozen. It's still close to a draw, at least it's not frozen. And after that, I don't think that white had any chance here to win. So I would say really well defense from Yifan, and actually quite really high level game. Almost no, it's really hard to find even inaccuracy. You need a thorough analysis to find where white or black could have played better. I think we're gonna say goodbye for today. Tomorrow we have a rest day. Join us for the round 9 of this match, maybe the last one, the day after tomorrow.
You are very positive.
Well, the 9th round could be the last one unless Yifan loses. So, yeah, join us then. And for us, we're working my colleague Vita Kryvoruchko, women grandmaster,
and my colleague, Grandmaster Mykhaylo Oleksiyenko.
Thank you for watching. Hope to see you soon, and have a nice weekend.
And have a nice evening.
Lviv, with ancient architecture and magnificent atmosphere, a European city with Ukrainian soul, where everyone drinks coffee, savors chocolate, and plays chess.
Chess capital of Ukraine, the city of Lviv, hosts the FIDE Women's World Chess Championship match this spring from 1st till 18th of March. Mariya Muzychuk from Ukraine and Yifan from China will come together in a duel for the title of Women's World Chess Champion.
18 days, 10 games, impressive chess battles and uncompromising fight.
Witness the birth of the next chess queen in the city of Lviv.
What would be cool to have in your company? Let's ask our ladies.
Have my lunch in the park. Have a relaxing massage.
Band and acquire.
Looking for your IT partner? Symphony Solutions. Cool to work for, cool to work with.
Загальновідома формула успіху. Мріяти і діяти. Формула, якою керуються перші. Прагни першості.
I've always wanted to introduce them. Classic style, elegance, sense of rhythm, slow tempo, tart flavor. They've so much in common. A scent of rain and flavor of sweets. They know how to surprise day and night. Being with them makes me feel cozy. Which one of them do I love more?
Lviv is worth meeting.
Не боятися падінь. Загальновідома формула успіху. Мати силу встояти. Формула, якою керуються перші. Прагни першості.
What would be cool to have in your company? Let's ask our ladies.
Chat with my colleague at the fireplace. Morning yoga classes.
To have my coffee served.
Looking for your IT partner? Symphony Solutions. Cool to work for, cool to work with.
У світовому спорті є чимало прикладів успішних сімейних дуетів: сестри Вільямс у великому тенісі, брати Бьо у біатлоні або видатні українські боксери Віталій та Володимир Клички. Приємно, що серед найуспішніших у світі спортивних сімейств є і наші сестри Muzychuk.
Ну, сестри Muzychuk – це є, звичайно, феномен світовий. Це є, вони чимось нагадують сестер. В Росії були такі знамениті сестри Косінцеві, які зараз залишили шахи, багаторазові олімпійські чемпіонки, але сестри Muzychuk вийшли, звичайно, на більш високий рівень.
Уродженки невеликого міста Стрий, що на Львівщині, Анна та Марія стабільно входять до десятки найкращих шахісток світу. А молодша з них, Марія, стала справжньою сенсацією у 2015-му. Більше 10 років тому велике шахове майбутнє пророчили старшій сестер Анні. Молодша ж в той час лише вчилася. Але примхлива спортивна доля та кропітка робота над собою призвели до того, що саме Марія першою досягла вершини. На світовій першості у Сочі Марія Muzychuk завоювала чемпіонський титул, упевнено перемігши у фіналі росіянку Наталію Погоніну. Після сочинського тріумфу Марія отримала свою заслужену порцію слави та визнання. І що найважливіше, шахістка привезла до Львова поєдинок за звання чемпіона. Тож у ці дні місто Лева по праву стало шаховою столицею. Після перемоги у Сочі новоспечена шахова королева довго не спочивала на лаврах, оскільки розпочала планову підготовку до захисту титулу. Тим паче, що суперниця їй дісталась більш ніж достойна. Триразова чемпіонка світу і впевнений перший номер світового рейтингу китаянка Йифан.
Йифан справді дуже сильна шахістка. Але, звичайно, як і в кожного будь-якого шахіста, навіть самого найсильнішого, є в грі свої недоліки. Просто мені під час підготовки варто їх знайти.
Можна і не сумніватися, що у підготовці до матчу Марії активно допомагатиме старша сестра Анна. В дуелі з Йифан нашій співвітчизниці буде надзвичайно складно. Але, очевидно, Марія зробить усе можливе, аби залишити титул у Львові. Тим паче, що у боротьбі з китаянкою їй без сумніву допомагатимуть і рідні стіни.
Правильно говорить, що Львів – шахова столиця України.
І не лише столиця, але й колиска. Наприкінці 19 століття у кафе «Гранд» півсотні ентузіастів організували перший львівський шаховий клуб.
Все почалось в середині 19 століття, почалися тоді перші шахові клуби. І в Європі була така традиція, що клуби організовувалися в кафе.
Інтелектуальна гра стрімко розвивалася. Найкращі місцеві шахісти регулярно їздили в Європу на різноманітні турніри. Дві світові війни цей процес пригальмували, але не зупинили.
Але справжній такий скачок, стрибок, я би сказав, відбувся після 45-го року, коли до Львова приїхав видатний тренер Олексій Сокольський, який тренував Леоніда Штейна і виховав головного батька львівських шахів Віктора Даниловича Карта. І з нього все почалося. Віктор Данилович Карт виховав першу плеяду львівських гросмейстерів Білявського, Романишина, Марту Літинську та мене. І на основі цього пішов подальший розвиток.
Я ще пригадую, що дуже популярним було місце шахів в парку Костюшко. Там кінотеатр був, під кінотеатром колись стояли. Там навіть приходили більш знані шахісти. Можна було під шахівницю покласти один карбованець і грати, хто вигравав. Можна було приходити і виграти кілька карбованців. Це була досить велика сума в 60-ті роки.
Граючи завжди та повсюди, у Львові випликалась ціла школа шахів. Зараз у серці Галичини мешкає 22 міжнародні гросмейстери. Таким списком навряд зможе похизуватися ще бодай якесь місто у світі.
А всього в моєму списку є тих людей, які носять звання гросмейстера і пов'язані якимось чином зі Львовом. Чи тут народилися, чи тут вчилися, чи якийсь час мешкали і виїхали. Їх є 43 особи.
І, звісно ж, ніхто не сумнівається, що це ще далеко не кінець.
Матч FIDE за звання чемпіонки світу з шахів у місті Лева.
З 1 по 18 березня.
Стань свідком народження наступної шахової королеви.
So we are ready to start our press conference, and the 8th game of the World Women Championship match finished in a draw.
Ми готові розпочати прес-конференцію. 8-ма партія матчу на звання чемпіонки світу шахів серед жінок закінчилася нічиєю.
And my question for the players, first of all, about the opening today. So, Masha, you decided to come back to Catalan, and were you surprised with the move b5 today?
Моє перше питання про дебют. Марії, ви розіграли каталонський початок. Чи вас здивував хід b5 суперниці?
Ну, хід А5 зрозумілий. Тобто в якийсь момент білі самі можуть хотіти піти А5.
No, it's b5, b5.
Б5, я думала А5.
Можна я тут? Were you ready for this line?
Чи ви готували до цього варіанту?
Частково готувала.
Partly I was ready.
Ну, але з іншої сторони, чорні не розвивають фігури ходом А5. Тому я думала, що, можливо, за білих є щось конкретніше.
On the other hand, black is not developing her pieces with the move a5, so I thought maybe there is something more concrete for white.
Yifan, are you satisfied with the opening today and the position you got?
Пані Йифан, чи ви задоволені сьогодні дебютом і позицією, яку ви отримали?
Well, later on the position become passive for black at some moment.
В певний момент позиція була пасивною за чорних.
What was the first critical moment here for you?
Що б стало першим критичним моментом для вас?
Ну, як на мене, то я мала тут оприділитися, що далі робити.
As for me, here was the moment where I had to decide what to do next.
You decided to close the position, but what were the other options?
Ви вирішили закрити позицію, а що були інші опції?
Ну, можна було якось тура Є, тура Ф'Є1, але я не була впевнена, що в білих буде добра позиція після ДЦ, кінь С4, кінь Б6.
Probably rook Fe1, but I was not sure whether my position is so good after D takes C4, knight takes C4, knight B6.
So, how can you estimate this position? Is it this, Yifan, what can you say about it?
Як можна оцінити цю позицію? Пані Йифан, що ви скажете про неї?
Yeah, it's quite close. The only side didn't block was the king side.
Вона досить закрита. Єдина частина дошки, яка не закрита, це королівський фланг.
Did you consider to bring your king to C7? Actually, when you played king f8.
Actually, it almost happened in the game.
Планували привести свого короля на C7. Марічка підмітила, що так і сталося в партії.
Практично.
Well, it's maybe possible, but doesn't make too much sense. I mean, my king anyway will be safe, whatever in the center or in the queen side.
Це, можливо, і проходило, але мій король в безпеці, де б він не стояв.
We were even considering here that black will bring the king on C7 and white will bring to C2 or somewhere here.
Ми навіть розглядали таку можливість, що король перейде на C7, а білий король на C2, щось таке.
Ну, я не думаю, що це було можливо, так як все-таки білі хочуть провести F4, F5.
I don't think this was possible because still white is planning F4, F5.
Тобто я не мала такого наміру тут якось грати спокійно і переводити короля.
I had no such intention to play so quietly and transfer my king till C2.
These close positions, the computers are not understanding very well. So how can you estimate this position and explain if white has any kind of edge here or they don't?
Такий тип позицій закритий комп'ютери добре не розуміють. Тому яка ваша оцінка? Чи є в білих якась тут певна перевага?
Мені здається, ми нормально грали в цю партію. Проводили плани свої.
I think we played both normally. We led our own plans.
Would you change something now or just everything went the way, the logical way?
Чи ви б зараз щось змінили? Чи все відбувалося логічно?
Я думаю, що тут були інші можливості, але...
For example, maybe you can show some.
I believe there were some other possibilities. Покажіть, будь ласка, нам.
Ну, я не знаю, який точно момент можна було зіграти сильніше.
I'm not quite sure at which moment I could improve my play.
What about the queen exchange? Is it for favor of white or for the favor of black?
Як щодо розміну
Yifan, what do you
ферзів?
think?
Чи він на користь білим, чи чорним?
Well, after exchanging a few moves later, the position become kind of clear, but wow.
What would happen if white, for example, just moved
Leave
the
the queen
queen?
away.
into-
Пані Йіфан зазначила, що після розміну ферзів позиція стала ясною. Питання, що б сталося, якби білі відступили ферзь Е2?
Мій план був провести F5, а хід ферзь Е2 відходить від цього плану.
My plan was to push F5, but Queen E2 is not helpful with this plan.
And Yifan, what do you think about this exchange? Okay, the position became more clear, but is it for favor of black to change them or not?
Пані Фані, все ж яка ваша думка? Так, позиція щодо цього розміну ферзів. Позиція стала яснішою, але на чию користь?
Well, it's hard to say because later on the game towards to an equal position, but I'm not sure whether it's the moment that white could improve something.
Важко сказати, тому що в партії пішло до спрощення, але мені важко сказати, де білі могли покращити.
Okay, would you like to add something about the end of this game? Could white or black improve the position or everything was logical?
Чи може ви щось додати про кінцівку цієї партії після розміну? Чи десь білі або чорні могли покращити? Чи все відбувалося нормально?
Ну, я не думаю, що тут були якісь інші можливості. Менш.
I don't think I had some other possibilities in this endgame.
Fine. Oh, okay. My question for the both players, okay, it's coming to the end of the match, the last games, and this game could have finished the match. And how does it feel? How did it feel for you to play under such a pressure that each game can finish the match?
Питання до обох учасниць. Ми підходимо до кінця матчу. Кожна партія може стати останньою. Як ви відчуваєте себе, питання до обох учасниць в такій ситуації?
Я думаю, ми просто робимо найсильніші ходи і не дуже думаємо про результат.
I think my task is just to make the strongest move each time and not to consider the possible result.
Well, still the match is going on, so we just try to focus on the games itself.
Матч триває все ж таки.
Do we have questions?
Чи є питання?
Це продовження того запитання Насті. Восьма партія, чи ще зберігся азарт до перемоги, чи це просто вже бажання просто награти?
So this is a continuation of previous question. It's eighth game. So do you have still this will to victory, or it just you are trying to complete the match?
Це спорт, і я не уявляю, як можна грати без азарту перемоги.
It's sport, so I cannot imagine how one can play without desire to win.
Это был для Маши только? Who?
Sorry, what's the question?
The question is if you still have the desire to win the match.
To me? Okay. Seriously? Okay. Well, we'll see.
Okay.
Побачимо.
Any other question? Okay.
Ще є питання?
So we will let the players to prepare for the next rounds, and we wish you a good free day. Thank you so much, and see you on the 9th round.
Бажаємо учасницям добре підготуватися до наступної партії. Зичимо вам хорошого вихідного дня. Дякуємо всім.